2006. We opened the session, our board meeting in the regular boardroom. We adjourned to this room in order to have the public hearing on the facilities master plan, and this is actually a workshop. So we will begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
I'm not sure, I believe we have a translator available. Is that correct, Dr. Sarvis? Or do we not have our translator present?
Would you please? Thank you.
Okay, we will make sure translator here. Also, we have headsets available for anyone who is hearing impaired and would like to use assistive technology. And
I have a request of Mr. Hetnick, actually, and that is, when we make this announcement at future meetings over the headsets for the hearing impaired, can we have a slide to accompany it? Because if someone is truly hearing impaired, they're not going to hear the announcement through the headset.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. There's a joker in every audience.
okay, we will. I guess we can begin the workshop, and we will try to make it known as soon as we have a translator available.
Good.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
May I?
Well, they're off. We have to. Do you want this?
Yeah. Let me just introduce Pat Saley and introduce the topic tonight. This is a board workshop with possible action and direction on priorities for the preliminary options for school sites and programs as presented in the interim report of the Facilities Master Plan. The reason I wanted to say something in advance is that I know that since the district is in the middle of a number of projects and studies, it's often confusing to the public just which ones we're talking about. I want it to be clear that the purpose of tonight's workshop is to study the Facilities Master Plan update that was presented to the board as an interim report on July 11th, so the board can give direction and ask questions, but give direction on the priorities, so we can ask Pat Saley to then go to a draft production of the report and then go to the final report.
Blanks the screen.
Tonight's workshop
So
is
careful
not
underneath goes
about
right there.
prioritizing
Forward
bond
also.
projects or allocating remaining bond money. I've had a number of calls from people saying, oh, we're going to talk about bond projects. That's not what it is about. Nor is it about finding more money for construction of facilities needs by considering what income our Hidden Valley and Tatum properties can bring to the district. I've also heard that people are coming tonight with the mistaken understanding that this is a continuation of that discussion. That discussion was initiated at our last meeting with the draft UNIDEV report. It is available here in the foyer at a number of libraries. It's also available on the district website. Questions about the study are welcome through the end of September, but the board will not be discussing the UNIDEV report or the Hidden Valley and Tatum properties again until the report is final and it's presented to the board in October. At that time, there will be a number of opportunities at the board meetings for public input. So, tonight's workshop will highlight options for housing educational programs, and included in the discussion are a number of very specific sites. Franklin, Cesar Chavez, Cleveland School, Goleta Valley Junior High School, Santa Barbara Charter School, La Cuesta School, or schools and programs, La Colina Junior High, Open Alternative School, Community Day School, and La Cumbre Junior High, and finally, Santa Barbara Community Academy. So, with that, Our plan tonight is to have Pat Saley, since you got this in a preliminary report, have Pat Saley go through a description of the options so that the board can study those options, can ask questions about those options. And later in this meeting, I know the board will want to ask for community input, probably just before the board makes suggestions to Pat Saley about where she goes next, what additional information she needs to provide to the board. Excellent. Michael Gonzalez, would you please introduce yourself as our translator?
Buenas tardes, de parte de la mesa directiva. Si alguien necesita traducir, por favor, levanta la mano y les vamos a dar una forma de comunicar. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. Thank you.
Do you want to use headsets then?
Yes, we've got it.
Okay, good, very good.
Okay. Can we try to wait for just a couple of minutes until Mr. Gonzalez has the translation available?
Yes, that door does open. We should open that.
Oh, I did not. We do have 4 packets of information left here. Oh, 3 now. With Mrs. Harder, if anybody would like to have a packet of the presentation tonight.
We can write home.
We can maybe make more copies.
Let's make more copies. Both need packets.
Let's judge this one in terms of number of people.
We'll bring this in.
Michael has not returned yet, has he? Apologize for the delay, but we do want to wait until everybody is able to get the information. So we're waiting for Mr. Gonzalez to return with the headsets for translation.
Well, I'm wondering, without going into tonight's material, perhaps Pat Saley can talk a little bit about what was done on July 11th. You can remember that.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Sarvis and staff, and members of the public, really glad to see this many people here tonight. Obviously, if we had larger facilities, that would have been better, but we're really pleased that you're here, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. First of all, this is Janice Thompson. She's a planner, worked with me on this study, as well as working with 2 board members and the district staff on an ad hoc committee. These recommendations you'll be seeing tonight, or these options rather, represent a lot of time and discussion and site visits, et cetera. To Dr. Sarvis's question, on July 11th, the interim facilities master plan update was presented to the board. It had been available a few days prior to that. And that presentation was an overview of lots of facility issues. It went into the history and goals and things of that nature. I'm not going to talk about history tonight at all. Talk very briefly about goals, just to put this in context so you understand the background, but won't belabor that at all. Our focus tonight is the various sites. There are 5 of them that have more than one program, 2, even 3 programs, school programs. And one of the overarching goals of this study and the district is, whenever possible, to have school programs located on just one site. And we have one program, La Cuesta, that's on 4 sites. and as much as we can, not have a campus be split, but that's not always possible. The various school campuses vary greatly in size, so that dictates a lot of what can occur on a campus. So, are we ready? No?
Not quite yet.
Okay. Unless there's any other background question, I'll just wait. I mean, I could go through the background because it's pretty brief, but I don't want anyone to miss it because it is the context.
I have a question back here, if somebody wants to pick that up.
I just wanted to know if tonight's report had additional information that wasn't presented at the July 11th, with the July 11th report.
The question was whether tonight's presentation, I assume you mean, has additional information. It expands a bit on that, but basically everything was taken from the report. One of our goals here is to have the board ask more questions about what it would take to implement various options. And what we're hoping is by the end of the meeting, the board will give us some indication which options they'd like to know more information about. We'll go away, work with the school sites and other staff, and elaborate and possibly, as much as we can, even get some idea of how much these improvements, facility improvements might cost, because that's valuable information for the board.
I was at the last meeting, and it was my understanding that this meeting was also going to take in some input from the community parents, and our school did a survey, and
Right.
I wondered if that
Yes.
material is going to be presented.
This parent is presumably from the academy, right?
Correct.
And asking a question about the parent survey that was done. We have a copy of that, and that will be included in the final report. I just received it a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if it's been distributed to the board. It was in the board brief.
I just wanted to announce that the audio is really good in the board. And I don't know if they'll have benefit of the slides in the board.
Although the slides,
Packet that you can follow along, so that, I just want to let people know that the sound is much better in the other room than it is in some of the other locations.
we ready? Ready? Oh. Okay. Again, welcome. Thank you for coming. Here's an overview of the presentation. Just going to touch on the background that led us to tonight very briefly. The board has adopted some priorities already for facilities. We'll talk about those very briefly. The focus of the presentation and the discussion we're hoping will be on these 5 sites, school sites that share facilities. They have more than one program on a site. Then expect as we go along, the board will ask questions and then take public testimony. 3 minutes each, I believe, is the standard, correct? And then we're looking for some direction from the board. The board may tonight say, I like option 1 and 3, and I'd like to know more. That in no way commits them to making a final decision as to which way they want to go. Our goal is that the final facilities master plan update would have one solution for each of those sites. But again, if the board says, I'd like to know more about this particular one, maybe the information we bring them, once they review it, they decide, yeah, this one isn't so good after all. So any direction the board gives, I think all that is asking for additional information. Sure.
1 second. There's so many people here this evening, and I know a lot of people are going to want to speak, and we've allotted a pretty short amount of time to this. I mean, we have to adjourn to a
Right.
regular board meeting. Is there a fallback for a continuation of this discussion at another time? Or, Madam President, what do you, because we are supposed to cut this off in 1 hour from now. I just wanted to put that out. Or,
No, like,
Well, I guess we don't have to adjourn until
6:50 or-
7. Yeah,
right.
okay.
So,
Time maybe than than an hour. But
Right.
we may,
We want
in light
to
of all the
hear-
public
right.
input, we probably will not have enough time for
So-
everything. So okay.
I'll do my best to
We-
keep it
Well,
short.
we want you to be able to give your information. I
Right.
think Ms. Rodriguez's question was, in
A
the event that
follow-up.
we don't complete this, how will we have a follow-up? Or when
I
we
think
can
that's at-
schedule a special board meeting?
Right. At the pleasure of the board, we'd be happy to do that. We want to make sure you get your questions answered and that we hear from the public.
Okay, thank you.
This is an overview of the Facilities Master Plan Update Mission Statement. So this is actually still a draft. The essence of it is that we want to have district facilities that promote student achievement, equal opportunities, clean, attractive facilities. We consider external factors, what is happening in terms of enrollment trends, and then recognizing that this is an iterative process. We have to continue to revisit these kind of issues. The goals for the Facilities Master Plan update, first of all, first priority, safety and Americans with Disabilities Act projects. The specific elementary projects, I-98, that relates to bond passed in 1998. The various projects listed were the high priorities, and those remain high priorities for the board and the district. Those are being carried forward in this plan. And on the right-hand side, those are priorities for Measure V or the secondary district. Again, those are being carried forward. In the course of developing this update, we've talked about obviously safe learning environments. The goal is that portables be less than 25 years of age. That tends to be sort of a cutoff point, at which point they're not as efficient. Libraries for all schools, infrastructure, drainage, heating, cooling, those sorts of things, internet connectivity, and then one of our goals here, and it's a goal, is to strive not to split any programs, if we can, between two campuses or more. So we are focusing on the shared sites. We will, of course, take input on anything in the plan, but generally the reason we've focused on them is they are less efficient. There is duplication when you have a school program located in two sites. At the secondary level, where teachers specialize more, it makes it more difficult to share teachers within, when you have students spread out several miles apart. Just the overall coordination, the school community itself being split is less than ideal. And so, just a sec. Our goals here, when we look at these shared sites, are to utilize the school space efficiently. We want to consolidate programs where we can, and we're trying to do this in the context of the individual school's needs as well as the district as a whole. The kinds of things considered include any agreements that might be in place. Some of those are short-lived, some go out many years. What's happening with enrollment, any construction that's planned or underway, some bond projects in particular, how an existing campus is used, what's the situation with portables, is transportation provided to the site, and then just the overall condition of the facilities, how well can they handle other facility changes or meet other needs. So again, our goals here are to discuss the range of options and then what it might take to implement. Many people here may know something about a school program or a site that we don't know that would help us in fleshing out these options. So obviously, which schools or programs it would affect, which would achieve the basic goals. We're looking for efficient use of facilities and having, keeping programs together if we can. And then what are the basic steps to implement the various options? And then after hearing from questions from the board and comments from the public, we're hoping to receive board direction to narrow that list down. And our goal is ultimately in the final master plan update, which would be late this year, there would be one option, a recommended option per site, per shared site. So the first of the 5 shared sites I'd like to talk about is Franklin and Cesar Chavez. And this is over on the east side. It's one of the smaller elementary school sites. Franklin's enrollment has been very high in the past. It's lower now. Cesar Chavez is limited in their enrollment pretty much by facility constraints. Their goal is to have 2 classes per grade. The kids spend a week in an English-speaking classroom and a week in a Spanish-speaking classroom. Obviously, the goal is also to accommodate Franklin students as their enrollment change, but also to provide adequate facilities. And then the facilities that are shared as needed, like to look into what might be necessary to upgrade those. So there are 4 options for Franklin and Cesar Chavez, and these were developed through community meetings and work with the ad hoc committee I mentioned. And the first one is a status quo if Cesar Chavez remains at Franklin. The issues with that is there is overcrowding on that site and may be necessary to more tightly tie Cesar Chavez's enrollment increases to what happens with Franklin's enrollment. That is declining slightly year to year. I'm not sure what this year was, although those numbers are still in flux. If the status quo were pursued at Franklin and Cesar Chavez, would have to identify additional Cesar Chavez facilities needed. They share with Franklin, they work well together, but in the long term, if this were the option selected, some other facility needs would need to be met for both or either school. Have to identify where those facilities might go and then coordinate how they would be used. The second option would be to relocate Cesar Chavez somewhere nearby. Cleveland is the obvious spot. It's about half a mile away. And let the enrollment increase to allow 2 classrooms per grade, space permitting. So that would allow, if Cesar Chavez moved, then Franklin would have more room. They could move into the space now used by Cesar Chavez. The first issue is there a viable alternative site? Is Cleveland a viable option? That's a big one. The implementation would be to find that site, see if it could work, identify what improvements would be necessary at the new site, and there may or may not be the need to modify the school calendars. Cesar Chavez is on the more or less traditional calendar, quote marks, and Cleveland is on I think it's called a modified traditional, right? Year-round, okay. So that's the second option. The third is if Cesar Chavez were split between 2 sites, again, the obvious ones being Franklin and Cleveland, located pretty close together. A big issue there is one of our goals here is to keep schools together, and this would be going in the wrong direction. But again, we have to be realistic about facility needs, this merited discussion. So some of the issues that occur at Franklin and Cesar Chavez would also presumably occur at the Cleveland Cesar Chavez site. So to implement that, the biggest change would be on the Cleveland campus, where work would have to determine what facility changes would be necessary there. And then the last option that was identified for Franklin Cesar Chavez is the idea of slowly shifting incoming students new to the district that are not already sort of fond of, married to a particular campus, shifting incoming, like kindergarten and new kids moving to the district, shifting them, at their will, of course, would be voluntary, presumably, shifting those students to Cleveland. If even 1 kindergarten per year went from Franklin to Cleveland, the Cleveland facility would be used more efficiently, especially as those kids matriculated, and there'd be more room created at the Franklin Cesar Chavez site. So this is kind of a phased approach where a kindergarten, one kindergarten, 20 kids per year could move to Cleveland, over time you'd have Cleveland being used more efficiently because that is declining enrollment, the smallest elementary right now. And you'd have the Franklin Cesar Chavez site with more room for the kids that are housed there. This would require an outreach to new students and families, obviously, so definitely would be work of a different sort than the district has done previously. Coordination between Franklin and Cleveland in terms of these new kindergarten kids, and there'd have to be a phasing plan in terms of both the Cleveland Franklin site, or excuse me, the Cleveland Cesar Chavez site as well as the Franklin site. So was felt this really had some potential to use those two facilities in a more equal manner. So I think there's one more. This is a summary of the 4 options that were identified for trying to ease the overcrowding at the Franklin Cesar Chavez site. And if the board wishes, we could take any questions now from you, any clarifications, or I could keep going, whichever you like. Yeah, from the board. Just, do you understand, or is there something?
I think it might be useful to stop after each section for the board. We probably should save the public input until the
Yeah.
full presentation. But if board members have questions about this section now, Dr. Noel?
If I understand correctly, the issue was dealing with schools that are on shared sites. But the number one solution simply moves it to a different site where there would still be shared sites. I don't quite understand what the upside of that is.
Madam President, Dr. Noel, that is a goal, as much as we can keep schools self-contained, but there are more school programs than there are school campuses. So it's inevitable there's going to be some sharing of sites, but we want it to be the most logical combinations. I mean, it's a fair comment, but by shifting some students, for example, number 4, the use of the Franklin Cesar Chavez site would be more comfortable for the students, the staff, the parent community. So that was our intent.
So the issue is not that we can get rid of shared sites, but that is to find
The best fit,
better
Yeah.
compatibility.
yes.
Now, did you take into account the academic, educational, intellectual aspects of compatibility, or just mostly physical facilities?
We were focusing on the facilities. I mean, we took input, of course, from the principals, and
But not philosophic or anything like that?
not really. Our focus was facilities and trying to be efficient and have things make sense and fit together as best they could.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You can always come back to this. No, and let me clarify, thank you. This is not, option number 1 is the best one. These are simply, it makes it easier to distinguish. I could have used XYZ AA or anything that has no significance.
Just to clarify, that right now the Cesar Chavez is growing in size, is that correct? And Franklin may be stable or even declining, but the problem is that we have too many children on that one site. Is that?
Right. The Cesar Chavez is, as I understand it, limited by a memorandum of understanding to 190 or 200? 200, thank you, because of site constraints. And I think anybody who has a child in either program there would say there's probably too many kids on that campus, and they have several lunch periods and all the things that are attendant with that. So even if 200 were the perfect number for Cesar Chavez, I think we'd be having this discussion because that is a tight campus.
Let me add to that. Currently, Cesar Chavez is over 200. We allow them to take on more students at a rate of 40 new kindergarten students each year. They will eventually hit 280 students. So they're around 220 now, is that correct? Yes. Thank you.
Madam President, I have an additional comment. I'm looking at the elementary school capacities chart on page 22, and I'm having a little, now I realize these are 2005, 2006 data and not the most recent, but I thought, maybe I didn't hear it correctly, but I thought I heard that Franklin was crowded, and this shows Franklin as being at 79% of capacity. It shows, I did the percentage, maybe I'm wrong. It says 60, actual enrollment of 617 students, student capacity of 782 students. Cesar Chavez, it shows 192 actual, 220 capacity now. I realize that this year, I don't know, do you have data current as of now?
As of this new school year?
Yes.
No, we don't have that data yet.
So we're having to use these 05, 06 data?
Right, because
Okay.
these are based on CBEDS, and I can't remember
Yeah.
what that stands for. But it's the official school attendance. It's done in early October. Dr. Noel, school capacity, for example, Cesar Chavez of 220, they had 192. They're already up to 220. And I think need to remember that you'll notice the like classrooms in use, if we did this by percentages, it would definitely be 100% for each of those. It's like program capacity versus the actual campus capacity, and we're looking at how many students can that campus handle, even if 280 is the max that Cesar Chavez would like.
Is there a correlation between Cesar Chavez enrollments and the Franklin enrollments, an inverse correlation?
No, they just get added together.
So the students going to Cesar Chavez are not coming from Franklin?
I'm sure there's some of that, and actually, we have some data
That's what I mean
here.
by
Okay.
are they inversely?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but probably
44 students have transferred from Franklin to Cesar.
44
Right.
students. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Table 10 has
Table
that
10.
data.
And
Thanks.
20 from
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez.
And
That's
20
very
from
helpful.
Cleveland. Okay. So we'll move on then.
I have a question
Oh,
too.
Please.
Has there been, I know the community surveyed its families about their preferences. Does Cesar Chavez also have a survey of what the families at the school would like to see happen now?
We haven't done a formal survey, but we definitely do not want to split campus. That would be a question for staff, for parents. We have many parents that have 15 or different ages, so that is something that we would ask the board to not split our campus.
Thank you.
Eat for the video version, that the response to that from the Cesar Chavez principal was they have not done a survey, but there is a distinct feeling that they would not want to have a split campus.
Can I just go back to table 12 just for a second?
Sure.
Quite a bit. And
Page 22.
that 100% capacity here would be overcrowded.
Yes.
Would mean no science room, no art room, no.
Right. That is true. It's like parking lots. They use 85% as, or 90 as capacity because people have to maneuver. I mean, it's just a practical. 100% is theoretical. It's not what you plan for. Well, I think we need to,
That it may show space was really crowded.
I think we need to do some work on this and make it clearer. Your point's well taken.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we're going to move on to Goleta Valley and Santa Barbara Charter School goals. This one is very short. Santa Barbara Charter School is located at the northeast corner of Goleta Valley, and it has actually two charters, a K-5 and a 6-8, so it's a K-8 school. They also have about 75 students in a home-based program, meaning homeschooled. And those students they're not at school, quote unquote, that frequently, but they are housed nearby. And one of their goals the charter school's goals is to bring those students back into their fold. We spent a fair amount of time talking about options for the charter school with the staff, and they felt quite strongly that they really would like to make it work at Goleta Valley. And the principal or lead teachers there have a very good relationship with the principal at Goleta Valley. It is physically a big piece of land, but it's always a matter of where the buildings are, et cetera. So in developing these options, we really just have one for Goleta Valley and Santa Barbara Charter. And also, I should mention that in the I-98 bond 8 years ago, permanent facilities for Santa Barbara Charter were one of the highest priorities. So the goal, again, is to improve the charter school's facilities. They have been operating under sort of a temporary perception, and if were designated as that as their permanent site, it would help them with their fundraising for facilities improvements, et cetera. That's one of the benefits of making a decision for the charter school. Would obviously affect the two schools. The issues are the location and where various improvements should be located on the charter school Goleta Valley campus, and the need for permanent facilities, obviously. Their office is now located way in the corner, a long way from the entrance. They would like it to be more central and permanent structure. They're in trailers, although I believe that changed this summer, correct? As we speak. They'd like better upgraded outdoor play area, their own cafeteria, and they'd like to return the home-based students to the school. So these are the goals. This is one, clearly, if there are any other options, we'd like to hear them, but where that office might go and what that might take, that's something we'd like to flesh out before we present the draft report to you, because there are various options on that site, and we need to really sit down and talk to an architect and figure out what makes sense. We haven't done that yet.
Interrupt
Sure.
you for 1 second. I just want to remind anybody who has come in that it's actually easier to hear in the boardroom. You won't see the slides, but the slides are the same as what's in the packet. So for some people who might be having to stand outside or outside here where it's very difficult to hear, the boardroom has a lot of space, and it's actually
And cold air.
and cool air, and it's easier to hear in there. So if people want to use that space, they're more than welcome, and probably will get a better sense of what's going on.
Okay, any questions from the board on this one? As I said, it really was the only viable option that rose to the top that we felt.
A comment that I got often from people was to also add in there, and it may be already part of this, is an attractive and appropriate entry to the school.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to move on to the third site, which is La Cuesta Continuation High School. People may or may not be aware, this is the site at the corner of Nopal and Canna Perdido, a designated building for La Cuesta. The program is also located at San Marcos and Dos Pueblos, as well as two small programs at La Colina Junior High. So when we were talking earlier about efficiencies, Kathy Abney and her staff manage students at 4 different sites, which is definitely a challenge. So the goal is to consolidate to fewer sites. Ideally, 1 site would be best. Obviously, provide adequate facilities for the students. And one of the goals would be, or a secondary goal would be, if La Cuesta does move off one of the high school or La Colina site, then frees up space for those secondary schools, or most of which, or all 4 of those would definitely be considered overcrowded. So it would help by moving, they free up space, which is helpful. Okay. There were two basic options we identified, and one of them, we will be talking about the academy in a few minutes, but if the academy K through 3, currently housed right next door here on Ortega Street, if they moved elsewhere, and in a minute we'll talk about where that elsewhere might be, La Cuesta could move into these facilities here. There are 13 classrooms. There are no limitations on student use of the downstairs, which is the case for younger students. It appears it would not require a lot of retrofitting. That's something we'd have to look into in greater detail. But obviously, if that could happen, would be much more efficient, not 4 sites, but 1, would free up space on the crowded secondary campuses where they're now located. And again, in terms of implementation, we'd have to look to see what exactly would need to be done to this site, because it's set up for a primary program, and this would be a high school program. And then the second option is if La Cuesta were consolidated from 4 sites to 2, and we have not identified what those 2 sites, which those 2 sites would be, and that is something that, assuming the board is interested in exploring this, we would do that for the draft report. Which 2, either high school or high school in La Colina, which sites make the most sense for La Cuesta, given their students and their just needs to run an efficient program and a quality program. It would obviously be more efficient. It would free up space. We'll be looking at enrollment trends at the high schools, where they're now located, to see sort of who needs the space most. That would be factored in. This will definitely take some work, but it's something we feel merits additional study. Okay. So here are the 2 La Cuesta options. Again, 1 and 2 does not imply preference. It's merely for identification purposes. So if the board has any questions about these options before I move on.
Could that also include the Ortega site plus another, like DP,
Sure.
to allow students to in Goleta to continue in
Yeah,
Goleta?
that would be a possibility. We could look at that. Anything else? Okay. The 4th of the shared sites is La Colina. This is on Foothill, right near 154. This is the only site that has 3 programs on it. It obviously has La Colina Junior High. It has Open Alternative School, or OAS, located in the back, and it has 4 classrooms dedicated to La Cuesta students, Las Alturas and Community Day School. And Kathy Abney's here if someone wants to know the particulars about those. But regardless, 4 classrooms devoted to La Cuesta, quite a number of classrooms along the rear of the parcel for Open Alternative, and then the majority of the site is La Colina. So our goal is, again, to consolidate La Cuesta, and if La Cuesta, the 4 classrooms, were relocated, it would free up space for La Colina and OAS. And then as part of this would be to improve the OAS facilities. Again, this was one of the 2 highest priorities in the I-98 bond, was a permanent home for Open Alternative and permanent facilities. So the first option would be, if those 4 classrooms were relocated elsewhere, backfilling with Open Alternative and La Colina Junior High uses, and this would have to be worked out, at a site level with input from district staff, but we would explore what that means and what it would take. The issues, consolidation, and for La Colina, having 2 programs on a site is preferable to 3. And in order to implement, we would have to figure out where those 4 classrooms would go, and then what it would take to backfill, as well as what are Open Alternative improvements. What are the priority improvements to make that a better school site? So actually, back up, sorry. This was really the main option we looked at. We did talk and decided it didn't merit further discussion, the idea of moving the whole OAS campus elsewhere. There was some openness to that, but they work well there. They work well with La Colina. It's really a space issue, so we were trying to figure out ways to give them both more space. And then if Open Alternative is designated as permanently at the La Colina site, permanent improvements can be made, fundraising is much easier, things of that nature. So while we did look at other options, this we really felt was the most viable one. Any questions?
Question on this one, just, whoops, sorry. Just because the requests or the needs that were identified by OAS seem to be rather extensive and most of them involve space. A need for additional
Playgrounds.
space, more office space, eating space, etc. And so I was just wondering if there had been any discussion with OAS about whether if La Cuesta was moved off the La Colina campus, and I guess discussion with La Colina as well, whether the space vacated would actually be sufficient to accommodate the needs that have been identified.
Madam President, I'm not sure that would ever be achieved, but it would certainly be better. And I think we'd have to walk around the two campuses and figure out, you know, portables are portable by definition. Maybe there's ways to move things, but it would definitely be better than it is today. And
Right.
that's one of
And
our
I'm sorry,
goals.
I didn't mean to, maybe I didn't state the question clearly. I wasn't questioning whether it would be sufficient.
Okay.
I was questioning whether there had been discussion with the two schools about how they feel in terms of the amount of their needs that would be met by that.
We do have Arjun's here, who's one of the, and I saw Gwen Phillips as well. So maybe during the public testimony, we can, I don't want
Okay.
to put words in anybody's mouth.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. And then the last shared site is La Cumbre Junior High over on the west side. And for just over a year now, the upper grades, 4, 5, 6 of Santa Barbara Community Academy has been located in one distinct wing of the campus, sort of in the interior, and with the K-3 students here at Ortega. One of the challenges in talking about La Cumbre is that it's gone through a lot of changes in recent years. It was a middle school for a short while. It's gone back to a traditional junior high. Its numbers had dipped quite precipitously, but they are on the way up. I think it was 405 students, their official enrollment number last school year, and while it's early to say what that number is going to be, it's somewhere around 470 right now, and we'll know in a few months what that official number is, but it's clearly more than 405. So there is interest in giving La Cumbre a chance to grow and have adequate facilities as well. So there are 3 options that we looked at related to La Cumbre and the academy. The first would be a status quo. We leave the younger kids here, the older kids at La Cumbre. And the issues would be the adequacy of facilities for the academy over at La Cumbre, because, I mean, it is a 2-year agreement. Presently, we're in the 2nd year. And the adequacy of facilities here. It has a very small eating area, very small playground, and some of the other related facilities. And then making sure La Cumbre's facility needs are met. In terms of implementation, it is a status quo, but if this is the way the board decided to go, we would want to talk about what kind of upgrades are necessary here to make this a better K-3 campus, what upgrades are necessary at La Cumbre. There are transportation issues, kids are bused, and just recognizing La Cumbre's long-term needs. So this, if the board would like us to, we can get into more detail about what would it take to have better facilities for both programs and the academy being in 2 sites. The second option we've looked at is if the entire academy, meaning the K through 3 kids that are currently housed next door, were relocated over to La Cumbre. La Cumbre in its past has had upwards of 1,200 kids there, and right now there's, excuse me, somewhere on the order of 600, 700. And there is some reserve capacity. You have inefficiencies when you have 2 programs at a site, but it appears there is enough capacity to handle the younger students. A lot of coordination would be necessary between the 2 schools, and one of the facilities issues is that kindergarten through 3rd grade kids have different facility needs. If you remember walking into your kid's kindergarten classroom, the desks, the counters, the toilets, everything are smaller, as well as, I think it's K12, Dave, have to be on the first floor? The ground floor. Kindergarten, 1st and 2nd cannot be on an upper floor. So those kinds of things would have to be worked out. Ideally, the parking and entrance, if you can, when you have 2 programs, you want those to be separate so each school is distinctive. And then there would be some other needs, like after-school programs. I mean, there's a longer list, but things that would have to be accommodated. But this is definitely an option that the ad hoc committee believed deserved discussion.
When we say that kindergarten, which would include pre-K students through 2nd grade, need to be on the main floor, they are allowed to be on other floors. However, our schools are not constructed in a method that would allow that per the current codes. So our physical restraints of our existing facilities and the way they're built means that we have to have them on the ground floor. There's other places in California that their schools may be built differently than allows them to be on an upper floor.
Okay, the last La Cumbre option would be reconfiguring both the academy, the entire academy, and La Cumbre as a single K-8. And it's important to understand this idea was not that essentially you'd have a new neighborhood elementary school and do boundary changes and such. That really didn't make a lot of sense because there are 3 schools up on the Mesa. Harding is nearby. This would be something like an academy, a charter, something along that line. But how it would be structured, what the focus would be, didn't even go there. We wanted to see whether the board had any interest in looking into this. This would be, in terms of issues, a board decision. Is this something you'd like to see, a K-8 academy or something like that on this site? And until that's determined, we don't really know what it would take to implement this recommendation. We just thought it merited some discussion, and we'll see whether it goes anywhere. So here are the 3 La Cumbre Santa Barbara Community Academy options that we felt deserved discussion, and looking for direction as to whether we should flesh them out some more. The status quo, moving the whole academy to La Cumbre, or reconfiguring the entire school. Okay.
Board members? Dr. Noel? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Rodriguez?
Just a quick question on the implementation points that you listed under item 2, being, concerns about first floor and, appropriate. So those would all apply in option 3 as well, and then to be
Yes.
determined would
No.
be additional
No, good point, yes.
things. So that's.
So, right. These same, well, you wouldn't need a separate parking and entrance because it would be one school. But you would, like after-school programs for young kids, they don't have that now. It would have to be added. So we'll put those on that slide.
Thank you. Dr. Noel?
My recollection is that La Cumbre has 2 ground levels.
The basement, do you mean?
Well, what is now the 6th grade wing, we used to call it, is that you enter that at ground level from outside and then out into the inner courtyard, do you not? Yeah. But then when you come in off Modoc, you're at ground level also. So it seems to me that that's a very flexible site in that sense.
Right. We would have to see how the code applies
I just want-
specifically.
But that's not my main point. My main question is about this number 3, because it seems to me that from a facilities point of view, 2 and 3 are indistinguishable. And that 3 is really an academic decision. And what hasn't been made clear is what would happen to Santa Barbara Community Academy under the K-8 option for La Cumbre. Is that option really dissolving the Santa Barbara Community Academy, absorbing it into La Cumbre, as distinct from the second option, which would have them side by side on the same campus? These are administrative educational issues, not facilities issues, but what you as a facilities consultant, what are you saying in that recommendation number 3? It's not quite clear. There seems to be something unsaid there.
Could I interject there maybe? That I think as the facilities sort of recommendations, or even not even, because there really aren't recommendations, they're options, and what the facility committee was looking at in terms of, and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm saying what my understanding is, that this would be a possibility, and the difference that I see between 3 and 2 is that 2 requires maintaining some distinction between the 2 programs in terms of how the facilities are constructed, in terms of how they're improved or designed. 3 would actually be, in terms of facilities, would be, I think, a bit more flexible, because we wouldn't have to keep the 2 programs separate. And so I think it was the facilities committee responsibility to tell us, or present us with all the possibilities of what could happen. But I believe it's the board's responsibility to decide whether we think having a K-8 would dissolve the academy, or whether we would make a board decision that the whole K-8 would be a core knowledge program that would adhere to the philosophy of the academy. And I don't think that's I personally don't think that's a question for Ms. Saley. I think that's a question for us.
That's precisely my point. And it just seems to me that this spills over, this option spills over. For example, how many principals would there be? That's not a facilities issue.
That's not a facilities issue either.
I'm not quarreling with you, Madam President, or with you, Ms.
Let me
Malakoff.
describe the
I'm saying that
ramifications.
these are all implicit in number 3 and need to be made explicit.
Right.
For
Let me describe the
board
ramifications in terms of facilities based on a program decision like this. The 7th, 8th grade students in core knowledge would constitute some 3 or 4 classrooms. From a facility standpoint, the question is, do you then design or position the community academy with those 3 or 4 additional classrooms, or do you design it without those 3 or 4 additional classrooms and let those 3 or 4 classrooms go to La Cumbre? So it's a question about whether the total number of classrooms at Community Academy and the total number of classrooms at La Cumbre are going to fit the facility.
The reason I asked the principal question was because I have this recollection of seeing a budget document one time many months ago that showed a savings of an administrative position, and I thought I recall that was something associated with La Cumbre, that in other words there'd be a single principal for the combined K-8 school, and I just don't. I think that needs to be made. If there are some assumptions being made here, they need to be made clear, and if they're not being made, then of course the board will have to deal with that. Thank you.
Okay. 2 last couple slides before we talk about sort of next steps that we can deal with later as well. But at the July 11th meeting, a question came up about the school closure issue, and there really, at this point in the interim report, there is nothing about school closure except for in the first appendix, which is all the notes from the community meetings we held in 3 community meetings in May of 2005. At the time, enrollment was declining in the elementary, as it is now, but it was declining what was perceived to be pretty precipitously. And that decline, as it turned out, when we got the October CBEDS numbers, 2005, was not nearly as steep as we had thought. So at the time, there was a fair amount in the paper and discussion about enrollment decline, and we asked members of the public, and there were only about 50 there, so it was certainly not a representative sample, but we asked them, if a school had to close, what do you think the criteria should be? And one comment we got from quite a few people was really the idea of a new downtown school, because there are some who feel that would be really an excellent addition to the district. That should not be given consideration, given that enrollment is declining. Pretty much everyone we talked to felt where the students live relative to the elementary schools should definitely be taken into consideration. Those schools that serve their immediate neighborhood, especially where students can walk or ride bikes, they should have priority, and that may necessitate adjusting some school boundaries. And there was a lot of interest in La Cumbre. People knew that the enrollment was down quite a bit, but there was also recognition that it does serve its neighborhood, probably better than the other schools, but it certainly serves its neighborhood, and it needs time to see if the program changes and such instituted will bring that school back to higher numbers. So this is just information. And then finally, if we would like to hear from the board on this at this point or some other point, but the kinds of considerations, just doing some research, is current enrollment trends and patterns, and you can even put together combinations and see what the enrollment trends would be, where students live relative to the schools, any new housing developments planned. I don't think we have anything huge going, in the elementary district that would affect that, but you still look at it. And then in terms of the existing schools, looking at permanent versus portables, playgrounds, just which facilities could handle more kids, because presumably if a school closed, those students would have to be dispersed. Not something we're advocating in the facilities master plan necessarily, but it does seem incumbent upon us to talk some about what might be some criteria or guidelines. It's really at the pleasure of the board, but we asked the question back a year and a bit ago, so it seems we should talk about it somewhat. And then finally, I think, we are looking, as I've said, for input, in particular on the shared sites, the various options. Any other issues you might have relating to facilities, happy to hear those comments. Okay. And then finally, after we get some board input tonight, and again, the board may express interest in some options that doesn't commit them to incorporating those into the final facilities master plan, we'll revise this report and produce a draft facilities master plan. It'll have more information about the options, hold public hearings sometime later this year, and then the board would adopt a final plan, ideally with one recommended option per shared site, so we can move forward slowly but surely in implementing. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Let me also give the board a quick update on enrollment this year. It's hard to predict our final enrollment for this year. The official date is the first Wednesday in October, but after 2 days of attendance, we see that our enrollment is about 1.7, almost 2% down, kindergarten through 12th grade, from what it was the second day of enrollment. Actually, we do expect a decline. We do expect a decline in the elementary and the secondary district, and we'll just wait to see by how much. It doesn't look precipitous. It looks fairly similar to what we've seen in the past.
Does that mean that over the last few years, we've had a relatively significant
Well,
decline?
1 or 2% decline.
Yeah. Ms. Daly, I just wondered if you could attach any kind of timeline to these next steps, or is that something that we still have to set? Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Was that fast enough?
That was perfect.
This is a slide I used in the July 7th or 11th presentation and updated. So the left hand is just history. If you'd like me to go into that, I can. But the workshop, the second bullet on the right, is tonight. The staff will work with the consultants and the various site staff to develop these options further at your direction. We would expect the draft master plan to be out in October, not knowing what you're going to direct. We can't predict right now. And then we would hold public hearings. One of your goals was to do that during the school year, so that's one of the things we're trying to do. And then by the end of the year, we would hope to have a final facilities master plan update.
Do board members have any additional questions? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I have a question. We've been talking over the last, well, since I've been on the board, we've had on and off discussions about the school closure question, and it comes up now and then, and it was addressed a little bit more directly in the previous facilities master plan update, or plan in 2003. And I'm struggling with the relationship between the decisions that we will be making, or the options before us for the schools that share sites or that are overcrowded or have facility needs, versus school closure, which is really in a different realm. I mean, there's cost savings associated with that. We do have some excess capacity at some of our school sites. And as I look at the school closure question, and I think that has a whole different process associated with it, that raises a lot of concern when we start talking about a particular school site being closed. And I know that Dr. Noel has made some proposals about 2 particular sites, and I think I'd like to lay out a process at some point. It seems to me it should happen during the facilities master plan for how we'll involve the community in making decisions about which sites would be closed, so that we don't have fear in the community. We actually had fear in the community 3 years ago or 2 years ago when this came up before about Washington's going to close, because that word was, well, and that was one of the options that was outlined, not necessarily the preferred option. But so I'd like to make sure that we have a very logical, methodological process for how we, involve the public. I think there may be people here today who are much more concerned about the possibility of a school closure than they are about the other options that we're looking at tonight. I don't think we can really do one or the other in a vacuum. I think they have to be looked at together, but they have very, very different issues. Should we close a school site, in light of the fact that we have facility needs at other schools, it's sort of a question of balance. But clearly, we save a lot of money, and I think the number was $300,000 to $400,000, or it could be more or less than that for a school site. So I have a little bit of concern as we move forward with this about how we keep pushing the school closure discussion and process off, and I don't see how we can move forward with all of our other options until we have that defined. So,
Ms. Rodriguez, I never took a position on any school closure. I cited the Chief Budget Officer, Mary Stark, who, in her parting comments to the board, cited 2 schools as being 2/3 capacity, and presented us with a whole table of the capacity of all the schools, how much we would be saving for every possible school. So that was Mary Stark that singled out 2 schools as being below capacity, not me. But I certainly concur with you that it is time for us to address this issue head on, and I concur also that we need to have a process which does so with credibility and sensitivity.
Mrs. Harder, did you want to make a comment?
I do. Actually, I was going to talk about this later after comment, but since the topic of school closures has come up, I think that I agree with Ms. Rodriguez that we should at least start to identify possible steps toward a school closure, not having any particular goal, simply knows what their options are with regard to the facilities master plan, and once again, school versus trying to meet unmet needs of other schools. But I think it's very important to identify for the public that it's not just the savings in closing the facilities expenses. You still need to maintain those school sites, so there's still an expense connected to that. The expense of teachers, the teachers shifted to another campus. The real benefit in closing a school site is being able to rent the entire facility. And so I think that needs to be a big part of the school closure discussion. Do we have folks out there who are interested in renting one of our facilities? And then that brings up the bigger issue, are we bringing in a competitor? Are we close a school and then rent to another school? But I wonder if two sources, number one, some of the criteria school districts put together when they went, and I also wonder whether association offers those kinds of resources so that we're not reinventing the wheel when we go through this process.
Because I fielded a lot of calls from people who were concerned about the possibility of their school being closed. Any district in declining enrollment has to have an eye to some point in the future. I have been telling people that I do not expect any serious discussion on the board's part of school closures in the very near future, simply from the standpoint that the two schools that were mentioned still have 400 students and 500 students attending those schools. In fact, I think we ought to take a look at Cleveland as an example. Cleveland currently has 22 classrooms. 16 of those are occupied by students. One is a child center. That leaves 5 classrooms, which Cleveland would choose to use for special education, special day class, resource specialist program, for hands-on science lab that had to be dismantled this year because of construction on that campus. Instrumental music, instead of having it in the cafeteria, and you get much less instruction when you have instrumental music in the cafeteria and you're preparing for lunch. And their 5-day-a-week CBET program, which is community-based English tutoring. And the preference of any board would be to have students attend smaller schools if they can afford those smaller schools. One thing I'll be bringing forward to the board is a discussion about how to reduce costs at smaller schools. But as it stands right now, we still do have 400 and 500 students at those schools, and we couldn't just shift 400 students, for example, at Cleveland to Franklin School and make it a 1,000 student campus, plus make a decision about where the Cesar Chavez students go. So that's off in the future, and I like the idea of outlining the steps that we would take in the eventuality that we might consider closing schools, what thresholds we might use, what the benefits are, but benefits and costs both in terms of economics and in terms of students and community. And I know that the board is very much aware that that neighborhoods really identify with their schools, and it's very important that they have some sense of neighborhood center, community center, and we think our schools fulfill that role. So with that, we'll take on the discussion later. Yes.
Probably don't mean anything either, but I have only these data. We're running about 20% under capacity on average for all the elementary schools. The least underutilized being Washington at 93%, and but then you've got Adams at 70, Cleveland 66, Monroe 67, Harding 72, and it just what it brings to my mind is some very smart people in the field of operations research I used to know who would look at this and say that there's an analytic solution to this problem. Okay, now you don't do analytic solutions with real people, but doing the analytic solution informs you. What I think we need to be searching for is a different model entirely, something that allows us to take advantage somehow, to consolidate somehow, to reduce this excess capacity over all of the schools, and not pick on a single school. And I did a study once some time ago looking at the boundaries and that computer program. Do we still have that program, David? With the planning units, and you could mess around with the program and say, all right, let me move this planning unit across the boundary into this district, and you can tinker with that and kind of optimize on some criteria. I think that we need that kind of analysis coupled with an approach to the people involved, where you're not uprooting people, but you're looking at the kids coming down the line and saying, all right, we know that this next year's kindergarten class, some of them are going to be in that planning unit where they live is going to shift to another school. It will still, it doesn't mean that you violated a neighborhood. These planning units are very small, 1-2 blocks. So it may be that, yeah, if you like Upper State Street's a good example. If you live on one side, you're in Roosevelt. You live on the other side, you're in Peabody, aren't you? So what's a block? To an incoming kindergarten, not to someone who's in the school, not to someone who has siblings in the school, but someone's paying. I don't know whether there's anything to be gained by that kind of analysis, but I've never seen it. And until I see that kind of analysis, I will always entertain the idea that maybe there's something there.
Okay. I just want to comment very quickly on the school closure issue. Just to sort of reiterate, I think some of the things that Dr. Sarvis said, because I think anytime the public hears, and I know before I was on the board as a member of the public, if I heard those words, it sounded to me like that was going to happen. And so I want to make sure that the public is clear that when we talk about wanting a process, we are acknowledging that we have declining enrollment, and that seems to be a trend. It's been occurring for the past few years, and that at some point in the future, that might be something that we will have to consider. And so at this point in time, we want to develop a process that we would use if that were going to happen, so that the public would feel comfortable that however we were going to make that decision was going to involve public input and give the public enough opportunity to participate in the discussion. We are, at least as far as I'm concerned, we are not talking about that because we have imminent plans to close a school. I certainly don't. But we do want to make sure that if that comes down the road and we have to start thinking about it, that there's a process in place and we don't have to develop one right in the midst of that crisis. So I just wanted to make sure people were clear on why we're discussing this now. And I think now we can turn to public input. We have 4 requests to speak from members of the public. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this issue, you should come forward now and fill out a speaker slip, because we will close the speakers in just. As we're filling out the slips, I also do want to remind members of the public that this item will be coming back before the board again. Every time that it comes before the board, the public will have an opportunity to speak on it again. So this will not be your last opportunity to make any kind of comments that you wish to make. In addition, anybody who would like to is welcome to submit comments in writing. So if you don't get an opportunity to speak tonight, or if you would prefer to just communicate with the board through written correspondence, that you can do that at any time. So I think, sure. Do we have all the speaker slips that are coming forward? Okay. We will go ahead and start. We have approximately a half hour left devoted to this item. I think we can go with 3 minutes per person, but I'm going to have to ask you to really adhere to your 3 minutes so that we can get through all the speakers. Thank you. And so, Arjun Shakar.
Okay,
Sarkar.
thank you. Madam Board President, would it be okay, I put a few slides on Mr. Hetyonk's computer there, and if I could have him, would that be okay to use those?
Yes.
Thank you. Basically, we went through this process and engaged with Pat Saley, and we agree with the concept of having Open Alternatives be a permanent site at La Colina Junior High. Next. As people in the board knows very well, the I-98 has been along, and I put it up there as a roller coaster for a metaphor. So that's kind of from a previous presentation that I gave to the board. So what we want to do is stop the roller coaster at that time, and we've been talking about that for a little while and get on to other things in terms of education and focused our parent group on the core stuff. In the master plan, as Pat Saley has been going through this process, we identified that having a permanent site, there was many excellent opportunities that once you have a permanent site, there's a whole different feeling in the community. We can go out, like she was talking about, capital campaigns. Timing, I believe the sooner we can get to a permanent site, the better. Permanent site at La Colina Junior High is the most feasible and realistic for us. Current opportunities for OAS agrees with the interim master plan recommendation and having current site become permanent site. We feel that this is fiscally conservative, politically sensitive, and the current board is very familiar with the OAS and 98 issues at this point. So we would like to move to a vote to get something done. We've put time and energy into this site, so we have a feeling a lot of students have actually come there through K and graduated through 6th or 8th grade, and feel that that's a home for them. Next steps, asked to have an action item on the agenda for the next board meeting, and a current to become permanent. Create language for the action item, permanent site for La Colina, develop a site plan, a build-out strategy, all for a vote, come to a vote. Let's have a fall of the gavel, a stroke of the pen. OAS is not a youth nor a teenager. The school is now in its 31st year as one of your district schools. The time for action is upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar. Laura Baker, followed by Karen Dutton.
Hand it to her. Thank you. My name is Laura Baker. I am a teacher in the district, but I'm here tonight not as a teacher. I'm taking that hat off. I'm speaking as a community member and as a parent who has a daughter that soon will be, not very soon, but she started kindergarten yesterday, will be in the junior highs at some point in this area. So this is important to me as a parent. I don't envy any of you with these decisions or these discussions that are coming up. I'm listening to this and this is kind of depressing me. I think there are a lot of other options, or some other options that need to be discussed, and a couple of them would be, I'm sorry, but if Cleveland's got such low enrollment, and we're talking about possibly closing something like Cleveland or another school, whatever school it be, let's look at the idea of moving the academy, trying to get them on one single site as the goal is to get, stop splitting these programs. get them at a single site. It seems to me that if the capacity numbers are correct at Cleveland, which they may not be, I don't know, of 621 students at Cleveland, then could they absorb the entire K through 6 program for the academy? You take the 2 elementary programs that are on the year-round program, put them together. They might actually gel nicely together and work well. You would not have a lot of extra facilities costs to put an elementary program on an elementary site, as opposed to the option up there of putting the entire K through 6 at La Cumbre, which doesn't seem to make sense to me fiscally. You have a lot of extra costs to upgrade the secondary site to accommodate an elementary program. So I would request that the board seriously consider another elementary facility that could handle or absorb that elementary program before you talk about moving it to a secondary site completely. Right now, currently, I think it's actually, as a teacher at La Cumbre, I will say, I think that having the 4 through 6 there is working nicely. We have a nice, camaraderie. There's a good mixture of programs. The students are able to take part in a lot of the La Cumbre programs that we're offering. My other issue that I would like the board to consider when we also talk about other schools, and I think La Cumbre might be the other one we were talking about, we're looking at 500 kids as possible closure, or having La Cumbre get absorbed into a K-8, either a core knowledge K-8 or some sort of K-8, is that La Cumbre is on the upswing. And for the first time in years, we are doing things at La Cumbre, or seeing things happening at La Cumbre, that are very positive. And as a parent, I would like to know that the classes, thank you, the schools that are available in the future are still going to be there. And I think that if there's been a survey done for the possibility of moving that program entirely on the La Cumbre site, then there needs to be a survey of the La Cumbre families and community as well, including the feeder school families that would be affected by something that would happen in the next couple of years. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Karen Dutton, followed by Michael Vale.
Good evening. My name is Karen Dutton. I'm wearing 3 hats this evening. One as a parent of an academy student, one as a parent of a La Cumbre junior high school student, and one as a one of those music teachers that teaches during lunchtime at Cleveland School. So let me start with my academy student. We've been with the academy since its inception in 1999. I'm not going to go into everything, but speaking of roller coasters, we've been on one for the past 8 years. You're going to be here, you're going to be there, we can't do that, we can't do this. And now we are split onto 2 campuses, and that's really not conducive to a school environment. We've got two campuses with 2 principals. Some of us aren't really sure if one principal has more say than the other, or who we go to when we have issues, and our families are split. Some of us have kids on 2 different campuses. I don't, but I know many that do. And it's really not conducive to the community atmosphere that you're looking for in a K through 6 school. My son, who is now at La Cumbre Junior High, I'm really very excited, and I agree with a lot of the things that Laura just said. The programs at La Cumbre High are exciting. He happens to be in the core knowledge, one of the core knowledge 7th grade classes, and I do see potential growth in the numbers at La Cumbre, and I would hate for moving the entire academy over there to not allow La Cumbre to grow to its capacity. So I do have mixed emotions about that. Well, I do want to see the academy be a K through 6 school. I'm not sure I want to see the academy be a K through 8 and take over La Cumbre. I just want the academy somewhere all together, and I don't really care where that is, just somewhere all together. And lastly, I wasn't even going to speak tonight, so lastly, I am the music teacher up at Cleveland School, and due to the construction constraints right now, I actually travel from one grade 1 room to another grade 1 room, to sometimes kindergarten classes, to sometimes the auditorium when it's available. But even without the construction, it's tight up there. It is tight for all the programs that you're looking at, the special ed, preschool classes, English learner, parent English classes, and everything else they offer. They need room to be able to offer those things. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dutton. Michael Vale, followed by Dana Jordan. I'm sorry, Dana.
I'm Mike Vale. I'm principal at Cleveland School, and if I get this in 3 minutes, it'll be the first time I've ever spoken in less than 2 hours. So, I'm here actually as I listen to the debate. While it's very painful, and it's clear that this is going to take a long time and a lot of good thinking, a lot of input. That actually we're talking about some very good things. While there's the cloud of school closure over us, we're actually talking tonight about very vibrant programs. We're talking about programs that are growing, programs that that need space to serve the children and the families that are in their school communities. I see this as a very positive thing, actually. When we talk about our little school, we talk about Cleveland School. I think we do want to be very, very careful about notions of capacity. And Pat, we talked about this, and we know that it takes it. We need to look at that. Cleveland School, we're partly responsible for some errors here. When the demographic growth of our community met class size reduction in the mid-1990s, we accommodated that first by moving into, we took over the staff lounge, we moved into areas that were meant for parent meeting rooms, we went onto the stage, and we accommodated 20 to 1 by moving into spaces that were never intended as classrooms. But after a while, kids were there and teachers were there, and people started thinking of those as instructional spaces. They were never intended to do that. We next then looked at multi-track year-round, and we were the first school in our community to move to a multi-track system in which 2/3 of our students were gone at or 1/3 of our students were gone at any one time. So we could accommodate. Our high water mark was 616 students in the mid-90s. We could accommodate that by only having 400 kids on site with a multi-track system. As population declined, though, we fit into the building, so we were able to achieve what our community's original goal was, and that was for a continuous learning year-round program. And so that's why we continue with our calendar. But we've done that at a cost. In the sense, 30 seconds. In that, yes, right now we have no room for a teacher lounge. We have no room for our RSP teacher, for our SDC program. There is no science program. It's all boxed up and put it away. There's no center there. There is no arts program, despite the fact that we've expanded the arts. Every 4th grader in Cleveland School plays the violin. So we're expanding programs. We have a 5-day-a-week English language program for parents. They bring so many children that we have to start a preschool. And we have students waiting in line to get into our existing preschool, and we're opening up a new school. The fact of the matter is that
Mr. Vale,
School...
I just want to interrupt you for 1 minute because I feel like you're going to run out of breath. As principal of one of our schools that are being addressed today, you can certainly take a little more time than 30 seconds.
But I am done, so I
Okay.
appreciate that, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that. My point, though, is that when we look at school capacity, we have to be very, very careful because the programs I'm describing are not extra programs. They're programs that the children in this community deserve, that lots of effort and creativity has gone on both at the site level and at our district level. Our students need these programs. We want to be careful as we've tried to accommodate the needs of these vibrant programs that we don't crater one program to meet the needs of another program.
Close. Thank you, Mr. Vale. Dana Jordan, followed by Esteban Ortiz.
Oops. Thank you for letting me speak. Great presentation, Arjun. I was a OAS parent for 6 years, so please, after 31 years, you guys, give them a sight in terms of, just by eminent domain. Anyhow, tonight I'm speaking here on behalf of La Cumbre Junior High. I have 2 children there, both a 7th and 8th grader. I like to think I'm part of the solution in the La Cumbre Renaissance. It's had a bad rap for numerous years, and just because it's a sanctioned school in Title I, I always like to give the information. I tell people that, and they'll look at me like, oh my God, your kids go there. And I'm like, yeah, I got 16 kids. My daughter's in a class of 16, but my concern tonight is I totally empathize with the Academy's problems of where you guys are in terms of growth and expanse, and whether you want to go back to perhaps poor planning and timing and all of that. My issue today is I want to see La Cumbre have the opportunity for at least 2 to 3 more years to stand on its own leg, to come back up out of the ashes and be the school that it has the potential to. We finally have an amazing principal who has, reinvigorated the teachers, the students, all kinds of things. So I think if you start to perhaps even give the inkling that you're going to turn it towards the Academy philosophy, which may work for many people, that's completely an option. You're going to turn it the other way. And at this point in time, I think you would like to see La Cumbre's numbers bump up and grow from the feeder schools, so you don't have to spend the money on transportation because of Title I and the sanctioning. So hopefully give it 2 to 3 years, let those numbers go up. I can, if they're up 80 this year already at this point in time, another 80, that's 160, and I know the capacity. So let it share the Academy, that's fine with me at this point in time, but to completely convert it to that philosophy, I disagree.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Esteban Ortiz, followed by Sylvia Gutierrez.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I basically want to say, as a parent of Cesar Chavez student, and one that is coming to the school in 2 years or so, that I definitely share the feelings of our principal, which is basically to keep the school all together, one site only. Not only if we split the campus into 2, not only will it fracture the sense of community that we would have, but it also would be a hardship on the families having 2 kids, having to travel, a greater distance, having to have 2 drop-off sites instead of 1. What will that do to attendance and punctuality? The other thing is, what will we do when we have some school events? How is that going to work for the families as well? So I just want to put in my 2 grains of sand then, and just let you know that I am all for having all the schools, particularly Cesar Chavez, to stay on one site.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Sylvia Gutierrez, followed by Marie Henderson.
This is regarding Cleveland. We recently had 2 classrooms demolished, and I just want to know if that's been figured into your student capacity.
I'm told that that question will be answered a little bit later this evening. Okay. And I apologize, I don't know the answer. Marie Henderson, followed by Kumkum Bhavnani.
I'm Marie Henderson. I'm a parent of 2 Santa Barbara Community Academy students. I have voiced that I would like to see us all on one campus, and I have a mixed feeling about whether the school should be K through 6 or K through 8. The curriculum is written through the 8th grade. I feel that much improvement has come at La Cumbre. It's a school that's been here for many years. The name's been here. However, I see the Academy has bring a lot to that school. The programs that came as a result of the Academy. I think that we have a lot of great schools and a lot of choice in this community, and that in
looking at this facility plan, you do have to look at the possibility of school closure. But I would hope that we wouldn't be looking at that because we want to rent out a facility. I would hope that we would listen to what's been said here, that, you know, it's not like there's an overabundance of space. Rather, we would be spending a lot of money on the choices given tonight to make facilities. You're going to make OAS a permanent site. You're going to have to spend money there. You know, when you look at closure, closure should be to be able to offer the best programs, the programs in this community that people want. That's what should be driving, not just a certain area. You know, close this school because Franklin has the most empty rooms. You know, it should be which programs does the community still really want, is what I think should be being looked at. And I don't see how you can make these decisions without addressing that. You know, the enrollment is declining, and money, you haven't even gotten into how much money all of these decisions you're looking at are going to cost. You know, and I think that, you know, you need to consider all of that. And I just think that you should think about the possibility of the academy, be it called the Coonbrook Academy. What would that do for that community? Our school is really good. People drive from all over to come to this school. I drive a long way to bring my kids to this school. It has a wonderful curriculum. And so what if that area had that school to offer, K through 8? How many people would choose to send their child there? And what kind of a school could we end up with in this community, K through 8?
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Kumkum Bhavnani, followed by Carmen Herrera.
Is that okay? Yeah. I'm a parent of 2 children at the Santa Barbara Community Academy, but perhaps the first thing I'm going to say most of us would agree with, which is that when I hear a figure of 400,000 would be saved by closing a school, and I remember how much the new parking lot behind the Granada cost, I worry about the priorities for the whole area. So that is something that I feel very sad about. Very simply, of course, what price education. But let me tell you a little bit about the survey that the Community Academy did. And again, I'm in agreement with most people who've spoken. Let's try, if possible, have schools not on split sites. I'm a parent who has 1 child on the downtown site, 1 child at the La Cumbre site. And you know, we did this survey, we had 179 responses, there are 288 families, so that's over 50%, which is really quite a high response rate for a survey. Of that, over 50%, 55% of the families wanted the academy to move to La Cumbre as a K through 6. Some wanted transportation, the majority wanted bus transportation, and some said it was okay without. Okay. So that's what the majority of people wanted from the academy. Now, when we hear about the capacity of the La Cumbre Junior High, I heard figures like approximately 1,200. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the tables, so forgive me, that La Cumbre at one point had 1,200 students. Well, the academy has, give or take, 320, and La Cumbre has 480. In 3 years, if La Cumbre goes up to 700, there's still capacity for the academy. The academy is a school of choice. It's a school that we choose. It's a public school. It likes the core knowledge curriculum. And of course, because the academy has core knowledge, we've got core knowledge in grades 7th and 8th in La Cumbre, which is wonderful. Parents can choose again. To be frank, I think 7th and 8th graders may not be happy with some of the other things that we like in the academy for the K through 6, school uniforms. And so I feel it's really appropriate that La Cumbre has 7th and 8th core knowledge, a particular curriculum, but that we keep the academy as a separate school with its separate identity, with its uniform, with year-round. And what's so wonderful about the district and about the school board indeed is that we do have choice, and we cannot take away those choices for $400,000 when we have those parking lots. And let's, we're all agreed. Let's keep as many choices as possible, and let's try and keep all the schools on one site. And finally, I want to make a bid again for that option. I can't remember what number it was, but for K through 6, for the academy to be on the La Cumbre site and not interfere with the La Cumbre Middle School, junior high school. Of course, we would want our 2 principals, our own principal as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nani. Carmen Herrera.
Good evening. I have a daughter in Cesar Chavez Charter School. I try to speak in English. I think that it's better for our children be together like a family, because we are a big family at Cesar Chavez. Teachers, as students and parents, please consider keeping us at the same place. Thank you.
Gracias, señora. Thank you, Ms. Herrera. I think that concludes public comment.
Madam President, if I may
Yes.
answer one question that was asked on capacities. 4 schools will need their capacities relooked at and adjusted due to additions or subtractions of portables. Those numbers would appear in the next edition of the plan, and those would be Santa Barbara High School, San Marcos High School, La Cumbre, and Cleveland.
Thank you. So that addresses the question. Thank you.
May I also address capacity? This has to be viewed as maximum capacity. It's taking every potential teaching space and filling that space with a classroom. That moves out the favored science, hands-on science program at one school, the favored art program in another school. It moves, as I said, instrument music to the cafeteria. I mean, it does have programs, but it should be viewed as maximum capacity.
Given that scenario, it seems like 100% utilization is not what we would strive for. So we want to keep that in mind, I guess, when we're looking at those numbers.
Unless we're in trouble.
Unless we're in trouble and we have to do it. Okay, so at this point, and I want to just make reference to the time because we are scheduled to begin our additional meeting or the rest of our meeting over at 7 o'clock, but I think we are going to take a few minutes extra because board members need to give Ms. Daly and the committee some additional direction in terms of what we would like. I think one of the issues that was raised by one of the speakers, and Ms. Daly raised it at the beginning, is that any options that we would like to have developed a little bit more to see, to sort of flesh out a little bit more, we definitely will need to know what the cost is that's going to be associated with any of those. So, board members? Ms. Harder?
Yeah, I was hoping we would get to this portion. I appreciate the public comment, but I didn't want us to wrap up tonight without moving forward. I'm sure that Mr. Sarkar can appreciate that. During the last discussion of this item, the Facilities Master Plan, there were 2 financial issues that were raised that I would very much like to see addressed. And one is the reconciliation of elementary versus secondary funds for capital projects. It came up in the context of if the community academy is moved up, and a secondary program is moved in there, how do you reconcile the improvements made from elementary capital funds to that particular site? So that needs to be taken care of. It needs to be addressed. And with regard to any kind of LaQuesta consolidation, there was the issue of small schools funds and how much of a role that plays in the overall financial picture if they're consolidated even down to one fewer site. There are lots of other financial questions to be asked and answered with regard to particular sites being developed, but I'd like to quickly walk through the options and offer Ms. Saley and Ms. Thompson some feedback. I'm sure other board members may wish to do the same. With regard to Franklin and Cesar Chavez, I would love to try and find a solution that does not involve any kind of split to Cleveland. I mean, we're here to solve the problems of split campuses. It really doesn't solve a problem, it creates a problem if we shift classrooms for Cesar Chavez to Cleveland School. Interestingly enough, I was at Cleveland School a week ago, and I can validate exactly what Mr. Vail said with regard to the campus. I'm really not sure on that campus where additional students would go without additional portables being moved to the campus. And I'm not sure how an entire program could be moved to that campus. And I think the idea of their maximum capacity having been reached when they were on multi-track year-round is something that we need to pay very close attention to. There is one issue that I would like to raise with regard to Cleveland, and I don't want Cleveland parents or Mr. Vail to start throwing tomatoes at me. I would really like to look at shifting the starts of year-round schools, whether it's Cleveland or the Community Academy, but in particular Cleveland, shifting the start so that it's closer to the traditional start of school. I think that more parents would be enticed to enroll their child, that there could be more of a drawdown at Franklin to accommodate expansion of Cesar Chavez's needs if Cleveland was on a calendar that started when our calendar did. That's not to say that they could not go year-round, but I think that the calendar start really makes for a very slow start at the year-round schools when they start in July. And then try to accommodate a year-round calendar with a different start time and adjusting some of the breaks so that they a little more closely matched a year-round school. And then obviously they would go through more of the summertime. So those are my comments with regard to Franklin and Cesar Chavez. With regard to...
Can we have other input from board
Sure,
members
yeah, you wanna
on
do it
this
one by one,
particular
that's great.
site and then move on to the next one? Sure. So does anybody else want to comment on the Cesar Chavez, Franklin, Cleveland sites?
Well,
Ms.
just-
Rodriguez?
I agree that there are probably some cost considerations that we haven't got before us that would help us make our decisions. But of the 4 options that were presented, I certainly wouldn't want to see another split campus in our district, so I would not support that one either. And it's great to see, I mean, it's really actually wonderful to see how well our schools of choice and some of our newer schools like Cesar Chavez are doing with respect to enrollment. And that's something to be celebrated. It's also, with growth comes a price, I guess you could say. But I would like to see them be able to stay where they are, and understanding that there is probably a little bit of extra capacity at Cleveland. The 4th option, where you might encourage students, and I think Ms. Harder's suggestion of starting at the same time would really benefit that. I would lean towards the 4th option. I think if option 1, without making any of those changes, is really going to continue to squeeze, in some ways, both campuses. And they're doing okay sharing facilities, cafeteria, and other things, but I think it's coming at some hardship for both. And if we could shift some of those students up to Cleveland, I would support that.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Other board members? Dr. Noel?
She just handed it to me, but I'll be happy. I agree with Ms. Rodriguez. Option 4 is most interesting. And I recall at that same time, Mr. Het-Jonk, when I was working with the Planet program, which looks at the neighborhoods and looks at the boundary lines, that there were some boundaries along Salinas Street, just a couple of blocks off Salinas Street, where they had been gerrymandered to create balance between Franklin and Cleveland. It seems to me that we ought to be looking at that possibility of very relatively small changes, not neighborhood changes by any means, all one neighborhood, which could then free up the possibility of more space at Franklin. I share the value that Cesar Chavez should not be a divided school. I want to also say something about Cleveland, because as one who looks at test scores and performance, they do a terrific job. And looking at the growth curves for Cleveland over the past several years is really quite remarkable, and they're to be commended. And it's sort of like maybe it's a delicate mechanism there. Let's not mess around with it.
Ms. Malikoff, did you want to make comments too? Oh, I have your mic.
I just want to say I agree. I think we're in agreement here that 4 sounds like the right choice, and don't have anything else to say.
Thank you for your brevity. Board members have to remember that we're pressed for time as well. So I want to just say ditto to number 4, and I think if we can have some cost analysis, and also if I'm inferring, and I hope I'm not wrong, that value probably extends across the other programs as well, that to the extent possible, we want to not split campuses. And so certainly my goal would be to get the one that's already split back together and to absolutely not split anymore. Okay, Ms. Harder, did you want to move on?
I think I have very little offer with regard to Goleta Valley and Santa Barbara Charter. I think what we really need there is simply a cost analysis of the work that needs to be done on behalf of Santa Barbara Charter.
Mm-hmm.
Should I forge on?
Yes, I think we all said ditto to that.
With regard to La Cuesta, and this is where we start to get into our house of cards. So if I'm talking about La Cuesta, there's a spillover into the next discussion about La Cumbre and the community academy. But I would like very much to reduce the number of La Cuesta sites. At the very minimum, to move Las Alturas off of the La Colina site for the benefit of, La Colina and OAS, and shift those students elsewhere. And we'll get to the elsewhere. But there was one that talked about community day school. It was option 1, I believe. And I would be very much opposed to moving community day school off the La Colina campus. I realize that it would free up classrooms for both of those existing programs, La Colinas and OAS, but I would be very reluctant to put junior high students on a high school campus. And community day school, for the benefit of the public, are 7th and 8th graders. They're not high school students. And I think it's a much healthier environment for them to be on a junior high school campus. And I don't know if Mrs. Abney has anything to say about that. But I would like to move in the direction of trying to consolidate La Cuesta programs for a variety of reasons, but probably most, it's easier to run educational programs when you've got more of your students' education. And I think it's a positive benefit also for any of the either San Marcos or DP, if they can reduce the number of classrooms there. I think those schools are prepared to absorb that space. So that was La Cuesta discussion.
That was the La Cuesta, okay. Any additional comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Abney, did you want to make a comment on that?
I guess it's addressed. I would contend that we could keep junior high students separated from senior high students. If we move to this site, it would absolutely be our plan to keep the two programs completely separate, that we would not mix the junior high students with the senior high students at all. And I concur with that completely, that they should not be combined. Again, it has to do with providing programs. It also has to do with managing those programs and supervising those programs. So I know that La Colina and OAS would both love to have the facilities on that campus, and that's part of what our discussion with them has been about. So it would be my preference as an administrator, both academically and also supervisorially, to bring community day school along wherever La Cuesta winds up being. But I absolutely concur with you that the junior high portion of the program should be kept separate from the senior high portion.
And I'm not talking about educational, I'm talking about physically as well. I mean, okay. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Well, comments on La Cuesta?
I also would like to see Ms. Abney save some gas money from driving around from site to site. And I like the idea of having the sites be together. I think there's also issues with the La Cuesta students being located adjacent to the high school campuses. I know that creates issues as well. So when I saw this option, I thought, wow, this looks like a great, what could be wrong? It's almost too good to be true. Should we make the decision to move the academy into La Cumbre site? And I will say, even though we're not on that I do support, of course, subject to the cost analysis and other factors that we need to look at, I do support moving all of the academy families' kids to La Cumbre. I do see that there's excess capacity there to allow for growth, and I think we can accommodate those issues. So I support the option of moving, subject to further discussion, moving all the La Cuesta sites to the downtown school here and moving the academy, the remaining students from the academy over to La Cumbre.
Dr. Noel?
Yes. I'm not as comfortable about the La Cuesta idea, and part of that is because I recall taking part in a joint process with the City Council about a downtown school, and while the academy at this location has been a school of choice, last time I talked with Joan Jameson, she said that the percentage of students who come from the local environ is rather high. One thing that this study or plan doesn't mention at all is very closely related to this, and that is what we pay in transportation costs to bus students from down here within walking distance of this site to Monroe and Washington. And we've been doing that for a long time, since the 1970s, when the practice was started as a question of creating ethnic parity. And it's cost us a lot of money. The last figures that stick in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, is about $260,000 or something like that. And what you need to see a map, but in fact, everything like down on the right-hand side of the freeway, and this side, I think it's on the right side, but not. Have I got it right? Not over into the southwest side. Those students get bused to Washington or Monroe. Which one is it?
Between State Street and 101, they go to Monroe. State Street to the east,
They go to Washington. And I'm not sure the public is aware of that, and that costs us money. And so I believe that's why the board at the time and the city council were so attracted to the idea of making this, of having a school here, was that would serve the community. At the time, Gil Garcia was talking about we need to think 50 years out, and being on the school board, 50 years out is a little farther than we normally think. But when he's saying here you have a community that is trying to build downtown, to get families downtown, is zoning policies, of multiple use facilities, and we're not going to have a school downtown. Most of our schools are on the periphery, and that's just a fundamental contradiction that we have that we inherited historically.
Dr. Noel, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but because we're running short for time, and we're going to debate the merits and pros and cons of any options that come forward to us. Do you have some specific direction that you want to give to Ms. Zaley?
I would like to see the transportation costs and these two enclaves down here that are bused to Monroe and Washington factored into our reasoning, our thinking, and analysis about this. And that makes me hold back with some reservations about committing this site to La Cuesta.
Okay. Ms. Malikoff, did you want to comment? I'm sorry, Ms. Harder, did you want?
Just I'll move my mic over to Ms. Malikoff just before we conclude this discussion. I want to finish my comments with regard to La Cuesta because it does spill over into the community academy and La Cumbre discussion, and that is I'm open to the community academy moving to La Cumbre, but I hear the families loud and clear. I would like to keep it as a K-6 school with core knowledge 7, 8 classes available through La Cumbre. If you make a school, so that would be option 2. Option 3, reconfiguring as a K-8, is very attractive initially, but a K-8 school has an impact on all of the other 3 junior high schools. If you have 60 kindergarten students all the way through 6th grade, you're not then going to have 250 7th graders and 250 8th graders. It suggests to me that there would have to be a drawdown of the 7th and 8th grade population, which would then have a direct impact on all of the other junior high schools. So I wanted to get that out there.
Are you suggesting that we drop option 3?
I would like to drop option 3, yes.
Any objection to doing that? Well, if we're giving direction to Ms. Daly. I don't want her to spend a lot of time on something that the board doesn't feel supportive of, adding additional information.
We don't violate the Brown Act by taking a consensus or a collective decision without a formal vote.
Okay, we're giving her direction, so I think the direction is to drop item 3 if that's our direction, but we don't, if you don't want to do that. Do we want to make a motion?
At a workshop? I'm sorry, but
I think there was...
I believe the agenda is titled with possible action.
We were specifically agendized
Yeah.
to take
Yes.
action, yes. Yeah. No, okay.
Yes,
I actually
We have
checked that out before I-
board workshop and possible action direction. It's the
So
way it's listed.
I will move that we drop option 3 in offering direction to Ms. Saley and Ms. Thompson.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we'll have you consider developing more of option 1 and 2 so we can look at those. And Ms. Melikoff would like to speak on this.
Yeah. Well, we were actually on to the part about La Cuesta, and I wanted to say that I was very excited about the fact of having La Cuesta combined at one campus. And I think that's very important. I think we need to have perhaps some sort of Goleta option for that. So it may end up being actually 2. And I'd like you to, in my mind, I'd like you to explore whether that's DP or San Marcos or but consider that. If we move on to, I mean, I think we've jumped here, but.
Well, can I just
Go
comment I'm sorry. I just want to support that option because I really do think that for some of our students, the commute can be a serious hardship for them. So while I understand the interest in having a consolidated La Cuesta, I think I would like to examine the possibility of having 2 sites for that.
May we backtrack to the Franklin and Cesar Chavez discussion? And may I put out there a motion to delete any option that involves splitting the Cesar Chavez campus? Second.
Okay? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. As we talked about OAS at La Colina, and our options centered around that, do we want to take any action on a permanency for OAS?
I would be happy to make the motion that we, as Mr. Sarkar suggested, follow the gavel on that one and just move on. Obviously, it's subject to discussion about the financial components to that because it isn't going to be cheap or free, but however, just making that permanent decision so that's behind us, I make that motion.
Okay, so the motion is to have OAS located permanently on the La Colina site.
Yes.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Okay? only 32 years in the making.
Madam Chair. Actually, that was going
Well-
to be my next motion, just to, for foreclosure. There you go. We don't get it, we don't get very much of that. Oh, should. Far be it from me to interfere with that.
Well, I have taken that school to task on academic grounds on numerous occasions, but I've never challenged the existence of the school. And I'd like to move that the permanent location for the Santa Barbara Charter School be at Gila Valley Junior High School.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. This feels momentous. I'm excited. Okay, so we're very happy. Let's keep going. Do we? Yes. Do we have any anything we want to do? Any motions we want to make with regard to LaQuesta? Or are we still in the process of gathering information?
I would go so far as to make a motion that we seek options that reduce the number of LaQuesta sites.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Oh.
Moving too fast.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Which is a relatively indefinite motion, but just the idea of reducing the sites. Okay. Okay. Does that, have we gotten through all of them? I think so. Oh. Okay, what discussion do we want to have about Community Academy? I think we have eliminated option 3, but I think there's still some
Actually,
discussion about 1 and 2.
I don't want anybody to misconstrue certainly my motive. I would very much like to consolidate the Community Academy. But this option, which I'm in favor of, probably carries the heaviest cost with it. At least I'm guessing that it does. So I would like to see some numbers associated with this before we make any firm vote.
I concur with Ms. Harder, but how does the rest of the board feel about that? I think that certainly my sense of the board is that we all would like to see that campus reunited, but as we have in the past, we're struggling with the cost of it. So,
Well, and I guess I'd like to say that, you know, we had this momentous decision about OAS, the future of OAS and the future of the community, the charter school, which have been long waiting. I would hate to see us make a decision about the academy that would then foreclose the changes that need to get made at the other 2 sites. So obviously, these things have to be weighed in the balance
Right.
with one another, and because this one might cost a little more. I mean, I guess conceptual approval to move forward with that option, but I don't think we can make a decision to do that until we know at the expense of the other schools.
I agree. So what I would like to direct Ms. Haley is to make to as thorough of number 2, so that when we consider it, we really feel like we have a lot of information. And well, no, I'll stop there. Dr. Noel?
I'm a little troubled by this. All of the decisions we've just made are going to have costs, and we didn't choke on making those decisions over the costs, and now all of a sudden we're unable to move ahead for Santa Barbara Community Academy because of the costs. We heard people talk about their visions for building out, and a lot of it, I immediately thought of money because it's going to cost in every one of these cases. I would move for approval of putting the academy at La Cumbre, and that's in deference to my reading of the way the people from the academy feel. And I've been holding back on this for a long time, waiting for that. And I would like to include in that motion that it retain its identity as a K-6 school.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Malikoff. I was only hesitating because I wasn't sure I had a second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of basically adopting number 2?
I need some clarification on that motion. Does
Okay.
that then commit us to doing it no matter what the cost?
No more or less than it does with the other decisions.
Well, the other 2 decisions were sites, they're staying where they're at. And there's subsequent decisions that have to get made about improvements to those sites.
I think the direction, if I may be
Okay,
so
well,
bold.
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt for a minute. We have a motion on the floor. The question was for clarification of the motion. The mover of the motion has clarified that the motion would require the board to
Maybe I should
make
clarify,
this change.
Madam President. It's my motion, right?
Yes, but you said yes.
What I'm after is the board to put it on the line and approve the concept at least, okay? And treat the cost issue the same way it's going to treat cost issues in every one of the other options.
Okay. So, clarify it for you, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yeah, if the maker of the motion would, if it includes concept, I'll vote yes on concept. And not cost.
So really, it's about directing Mrs. Saley to go after.
The reason why I'm hung up on this is that most of the other changes at this point in time are more or less cost neutral. OAS will stay, Santa Barbara Charter will stay. There could potentially be changes, but they could be held off. There's no way you could hold off on making very large commitments of capital in order to accomplish this one.
Things that have implications and costs associated with a new office. I heard costs associated with OAS. This gentleman spoke to a capital plan and building out. I don't imagine that's going to all be paid for with private money.
I'm sorry, I was not, when I made that motion, I was not committed to these things. Yes, certainly that's a direction I wish to look in, but
How would I word a motion?
simply the concept of, I'm not sure that I did, I have to be honest. But concept is, I'm wholly in favor of that.
I don't think we're in a position today to make any cost commitment. And I would hope the school communities understand that. We've come to the end of our I-98 bond, and I think everybody realizes that reality. But I would agree with what Ms. Harder said. If we commit to this without that concept clause, and it's $400,000 to upgrade the site to accommodate those students, we wouldn't have that kind of money right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask for, no, we can't take comment from the public at this point.
I will include the word concept. And it's hard to do the literal wording. I could start all over. I move.
Okay, so
we
then
adopt the option number 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that it
in concept.
In concept, and instruct staff and the consultants to develop a plan in detail for that option, that the identity of the academy as a K-6 school be retained, period.
Okay. Ms. Malikoff, okay, you accept that?
Thank
Okay.
you, Mrs. Malikoff.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to vote no. Okay. Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 4-1. Okay. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our workshop.
That was clear direction.
Great. Okay, we gave you very clear direction.
Madam
And
President, board members.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young, yes?
I'd like to personally thank you. I think From our point of view, from the facilities, from Pat Saley, the amount of work that was done and the amount of direction given far exceeded our expectations of what we thought we would accomplish tonight. And thank you for giving us direction. We will take all of these options that you've directed us to do. We'll put them in the final plan. Now that we're down to less options, we'll investigate those more thoroughly. And once we bring this plan back to you, it will have more information about those options that you've directed us on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Ms. Malakoff has one more thing to.
Well, I just want to put it out there that if we end up with the number 2 for that last one, that means that for La Cuesta that they would then move in here. So that's, okay, then I'd like to make a motion that be considered.
Is there a second?
That after Mrs. Saley studies this number 2 option for the academy, that we then consider that La Cuesta would move to the Ortega site.
2 sites.
In different, various different configurations.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of second. We will now adjourn to a brief break. We'll take a 10-minute break and we will resume our meeting in the boardroom. Very good, thank you. Facilities master plan workshop, but I think there was a great deal of satisfaction with many of the actions that were taken and the fact that we were actually taking action. So I think it was, as we said, sort of somewhat historic.
Staff was happy.
Staff was very happy, and many of the representatives from the schools were quite happy. So we still are somewhat behind our schedule, though, so that we will try to get through. Mr. Gonzalez, do we have another interpreter here today? Oh, who am I not seeing? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking in the wrong direction. Okay, could you just quickly introduce yourself again so that if we have other members of the public who are here who weren't at the previous meeting, they will know who you are.
Since we're late, we already know.
Okay. Gracias. Okay, reminder that we do have headsets for the hearing impaired if anybody needs to have hearing technology. We do have that available. And that brings us to item C3, acceptance of donations.
Move to accept with gratitude. Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. And once again, we extend our deepest appreciation for the generosity of our community. Superintendent's report?
I do have a couple of items to report on. As part of our preparation for the new school year, we spent last week with nationally known Tim Kanold. Board members had an evening event with Tim discussing professional learning communities. We know we're a high-performing district, but we want to be an outstanding district, and we're pursuing excellence for all. And to do that, we're determined to maximize our greatest strength, a high-level staff of dedicated professionals who are starting the school year focused on achieving excellence. School started yesterday, and everything is going smoothly. Today, we had 5,430 students in the elementary district and 9,926 students in the high school district. That gave us a total of 15,356 students, a little less than 2% from where we were at this time last year. In other words, 2 days into the school year. Now, those numbers won't be finalized until the official seabeds count, which is a month off. The UNIDEV draft feasibility report, I'd like to remind the board and public that the draft UNIDEV feasibility study can be accessed in a number of ways. It's on the district website, sbsdk12.org. A hard copy is available in the district office in the foyer, and copies are on display in the Downtown Public Library, Goleta Branch, Eastside Branch, and Montecito Branch. If board members of the public have questions or comments about the study, we'd like those comments emailed to the same website, sbsdk12.org, or they can be mailed here to the district office to the attention of feasibility study. Board members, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Service.
Yes.
I just want to point out that the website is on the screen, and also
very good.
That for anybody who's not familiar with what the UNIDEF study is, it's the study of what our options are with our surplus property.
With the Tatum and the Hidden Valley property. Good, thank you. Board members are requested to send their comments to me directly. Could I have them by the end of this week? Great, thank you. The board brief. Generally, on the second and fourth Friday of each month, my office issues a report to the board called the Board Brief. This is a collection of reports and articles on the school and district matters. A copy is on display in the reception area, can be provided through the superintendent's office. I'd like to point out two items on the August 25th board brief. First, the board saw the update on the Americans with Disabilities Act Handicap Access Logan Hopper projects, outlined campus by campus. It's quite extensive. Second, Bob Wolf provided a report on the estimated timeline for basic aid status for the Santa Barbara Elementary School District. The report shows, given current trends, an estimated 10 years before the elementary district could become basic aid. Of course, that could be 7, could be 13. Those trends will change in time. We'll see which way. The district will be conducting an outreach on September 16 when staff participate in the Cottage Hospital Baby Fair. This will be our fourth year at the Baby Fair, and it gives us a chance to meet and talk with current and prospective parents. And of course, I promise them we'll get their child into the right university. Love it. Finally, the words of Cynthia Ward, former middle school teacher turned author, are appropriate for the start of a new school year. Cynthia writes, "As a teacher, I was a guest in many lives. It's humbling to think back upon all the young faces that have looked up at me throughout the years. September is synonymous with start. I smile when I see those yellow buses dispatched like tanks in a war against indifference. I will always align myself with those who defy cynicism and imagine possibility. Teaching is an act of faith, the business of hope, the planting of seeds that may or may not flower, but everything depends on believing that they might and acting as though they will." And that's it for tonight's superintendent report.
It's a wonderful quote.
Thank you.
Okay. Any correspondence from board members? Or that board members want to share? Okay. I believe we have one person who has requested to speak during public comment.
We do.
Okay.
Kathleen Avina.
Okay. A reminder that you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I come to you from McKinley School on behalf of many teachers who are concerned with the transfer of our best speech therapists that we've seen there in years away from our school. Her name is Peggy Sorum, and she's done wonderfully well in organizing, improving, and implementing our speech program in a way we haven't seen in years. We have seen her positive approach impacting our children. Not only their speech improves, but their self-esteem and confidence have been significantly improved. They return from their time with her to class quietly, calmly, mirroring Peggy's personal demeanor. Mrs. Sorum wants to stay at McKinley School. She has already invested the time it took to establish a fine working relationship and rapport with our students and their families and our staff. It would take at least another year for anyone new to acquire that. It would be a loss to McKinley School for her to leave us, and a waste of district money to move someone who is already doing an excellent job where she is and where she's greatly needed. In short, I want the board to know that Mrs. Peggy Sorum and many of the McKinley staff who've had the pleasure to work with her want her to stay at McKinley School. It's in the best interest of our students, especially those in the most need. If you want us to succeed, I ask you to please do what you can to allow us to keep her our best.
Thank you, Ms. Avina. And I just want to comment that we have been discussing this issue, so we'll get back to you in terms of what the response is to that. Okay, I think that concludes our public comment. We can move on then to our consent agenda. Are there any items that board members wish to pull? Hearing none.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. A quick comment on item D1. I would like to thank the Goleta Union School District for acknowledging that their students become our students. And with regard to item D3, the contract between school districts and Family Service Agency, it's a critical partnership, and we are extremely grateful for it.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, our consent agenda has been adopted. Action item that we are at item E1. Second reading and adoption of board policy. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I'm trying to read without them. 6142, Wellness Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3550, Food Service Child Nutrition Program. Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3553, Free and Reduced Price Meals. Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3554, Other Food Sales.
Thank you, Mrs. Cordero. Tonight, is this on?
I believe it is, yes.
It is, okay. Tonight, we're taking under consideration in the second reading the portion of the wellness policy that deals with nutrition and our food services and the sales of food in all of our school sites. Under your direction, I've pulled together a task force for the physical education section, and I will bring you back on the health education section some pertinent information, place it in the board brief, and then at your direction, we'll bring that back to you when you can make a better informed decision on that policy. So tonight we're just looking at the nutrition side of it. And after seeing this will be the third time now. Do you have questions?
Are there any questions from the board? As you point out, we have seen this, so I think we have directed most of our questions to you already.
Yes.
Ms. Harder?
My only question is that a preamble was written, and it's included at the start of the policy. And I like the preamble. I would like to see it included in it. But the very first line says the Santa Barbara Elementary and Secondary School Board. And I don't really think that's our official designation. So if it could just say the Santa Barbara School Board. Otherwise, I have absolutely no issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So done.
Thank you. Okay, do I hear a motion?
Can I ask one? I don't want to harp on this for too long, but I have read through the policy, and while it talks about whole grain food options, it doesn't say that that is going to be sort of like for choices for bread. I know I brought this up, Mr. Lynn, at a previous meeting, and I have a lot of concerns about sort of white bread and not whole grain things that get served. I mean, it concerns me because we try not to do that at home, and I know kids like white bread, but I think we've reached a point now where we can change that out to whole grain offerings of other things, not just bread. And I'd like to see us take more of an active role in doing that. And I think we could probably change the language, where feasible, whole grain products will be used in place of highly processed white flour products. No, the politically correct way to say that, but I'd like to pursue that. I have strong concerns about that, and I have eaten in the cafeteria with my child, and I'm always concerned about that. And it seems like we could address that at the policy level.
Very well.
Yeah.
That's in the ARs?
Yeah, I would.
We can find a place
I
for
would
whole
actually
grain
like it if it
foods.
said where feasible. I really think that after having gone through the cafeteria line at Cleveland the other day, it really was a nice lunch. It was a beautiful salad with nice dark green lettuce leaves and nice tomatoes, and not a single child was taking any salad. And only about 50% of the children were taking a milk choice. So I think that you need the cafeteria personnel needs to, their manager needs to keep Mr. Lynn apprised of what kinds of choices the students are making. If they're not eating the green salad, maybe we want to offer another fruit choice or that sort of thing instead of things being dumped in the garbage can. So I wholly agree with you, but I think that you need to make those changes carefully so that you're assured that the food's going to be chosen and be eaten.
Well, I think once we start providing whole grain bread products, they'll just eat what's put in front of them, is my feeling. I don't think they're going to not eat it because it's
Actually,
a little darker.
No, you're wrong. They won't. They'll separate the pieces out of the sandwich, or they won't take the choice. The teachers were very encouraging as the students were going through the line, saying, "Oh, don't you want to try this? And doesn't that look good? Why don't you give it a try?"
I understand that on salad.
Yeah.
I totally understand that on salad. I guess I'm
Milk?
thinking of things where there's an option.
And we've gone from whole milk to 2%, and apparently it's a bit of an issue. A lot of children are accustomed to drinking whole milk.
Well, I'm okay with the where feasible, but I think we need to start instituting that more and more so that students get used to. And unfortunately, our fast food restaurants don't do it, and so if that's what kids are being raised on, and then in the cafeteria, they want the same thing. But we have to start somewhere. And I'd like to see I like that we offer salad, and you're right. I've seen it at Harding. They don't always pick the salad. But in terms of bread, which they are going to eat it anyway on something that's served to them, I would like to see us move in that direction.
I really appreciate that and know that the board, by doing this, is setting a high standard. And what we're trying to do is change the eating habits of children in the hopes that when they go home, maybe the habits of a family can perhaps change. Dr. Sarvis forwarded me an article out of the New York Times, which was a very interesting article.
Which was from Nancy Harder. Yes. Go ahead.
An article from Nancy in the New York Times.
Yes.
Very interesting, talking about the process of the change that went on in the New York system when they changed the wellness to a really high standard nutrition policy. And many kids just passed up the good stuff. Many kids went home and asked their parents for ho-hos, and I don't know what they got in their lunches, but over time that did begin to change, and kids then were making better choices. But it took some time. It took several years of really educating kids as part of the health class, getting kids more involved in the exercise, and it was a whole kind of a focus on a healthy lifestyle. And we know that that's not going to happen overnight, but we know the place to start. And that's why I said it was a historic time right now when we passed this kind of a policy, that we set that standard high. And our kids will struggle with it, but it's our role as educators to help them in that struggle, to plant those seeds. So thank you for those comments.
So do we have a motion with those amendments?
I'll move to approve with the addition that Ms. Rodriguez suggested.
Second.
Okay. And the correction that you noted.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. In light of our hour, when we are a bit behind, I am considering pulling F1, but I want to check to see with the public, is there anybody who is here to speak on the AVID program? No. Okay, then, with no objections, we'll pull that item for a future agenda.
Maybe we can do it later tonight. If
Maybe we can even do it later tonight if
in
we
good shape.
get through these quickly. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item F2, first reading of proposed tobacco-free schools board policy and administrative regulation. Mr. Gonzalez is going to be presenting this. Sorry, Dr. Sarvis.
No problem. Mr. Gonzalez has been researching what the regulations are.
Thank you very much. To make a long story short, during the May 2006 categorical program monitoring, we were found out of compliance with the tobacco-free smoking policy, i.e. our present board policies do not contain specific language that bars the use of tobacco anytime, anywhere in district-owned or leased buildings, on district property, and on district vehicles. And so what we have presented to you tonight is a proposed board policy that is in compliance with the CPM requirements, the categorical program monitoring requirements, as well as administrative regulations. If you take a look at the administrative regulations, it very clearly spells out that if I'm a student or a member of our staff, I am subject to disciplinary action if I don't cease tobacco use. If I'm a member of the public, the administrative regulations would first have me go to that person and tell them to cease, and then in a progressive manner get them to stop, including barring them from attending our district facilities.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board members? Dr. Noel?
It's just a question of wording, but in the third paragraph, this prohibition applies to all employees, students, and visitors at any instructional program, activity, or athletic event. That doesn't seem quite inclusive enough to me. I would suggest something like athletic and/or extracurricular event. There are a lot of things that go on that are not instructional programs or activities, or maybe just the comma's in the wrong place there.
Well, we can incorporate that language and make sure
Anyway.
it's clear.
Good.
Okay. All right. Does the board wish to take action on this, or do we want it to come back?
I'm actually prepared to take action. I'm astonished that it's not already in our policies.
I know, I am
thought it was
too.
overlooked. So I'm happy that it was brought to our attention. I would be happy to make a motion to approve the policy and regulations with the addition that Dr. Noel suggested, so that it is as comprehensive as possible.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
I had one question.
Yes, Dr. Noel?
I'm sure you can answer. We have some authority off campus with regard to a range of issues. We see it in the expulsion cases. I guess I don't see it in this. Is that because that authority? I mean, can kids go off campus, stand at the edge of campus, and puff away, or
off school grounds?
During the school day, a student would not be permitted to leave, for example, during lunchtime and get involved with smoking. That would be a violation of our of this proposed language, and it would be a violation of the existing discipline guides that our junior highs and high schools use with our students.
does that need to be incorporated in the wording of this policy, do you think, or?
Actually, I'm sorry. Look at the last paragraph in the board policy. It talks about a 25-foot zone. 25 feet of any playground except on a public sidewalk located within 25 feet of the playground.
There it is, yeah. And that 25 feet was not arbitrary, I presume, or?
No, that's according to Safety Code Section 104495.
So 26 feet's okay?
All I can share with you is the exact wording of the appropriate section.
Well, I'm wondering, your former statement about noon hour didn't have a finite number about the distance.
What you have pointed out, Dr. Noel, is a contradiction between our existing discipline, the existing discipline rules embedded in our discipline guides handed out to our parents and our students, and this proposed policy. So we would have to go back and make sure that both of those documents are confluent. And our discipline guides would have to be modified to reflect board policy and ARs. Currently, if I'm off campus and caught smoking, I am in violation of the district discipline guide. That is currently the language and the practice.
At any distance.
At any distance.
I just have a question on that. It actually had not occurred to me, but I don't know what the legal age is for students to be, or an individual to be allowed to smoke. We're thinking that that the age has to do with purchasing.
I believe it's.
But is there also
to
a legal age
18-year-olds.
for actually being able to consume the tobacco products?
I would have to research that. I do not have an answer for you.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking the question is because I think, although I certainly do not want to encourage anybody to smoke, I think there is some question about whether we would want to discipline a student for engaging in legal activity.
Well, or staff members. I mean, this is a prohibition against any smoking on school
Yeah,
grounds.
on the grounds it seems appropriate, but off grounds, if a person is doing something that is legal, I wouldn't necessarily want to advocate taking disciplinary action against them.
It's a very appropriate topic for us to research and come back to you with an answer.
Okay, thank you.
May I also suggest that it may not be appropriate for us to vote on this? I believe our board policy procedure calls for us to have two readings, to have one reading and have it be brought back for a second. Mr. Price, could you weigh in on that, please?
Yes, the board policy 9313 that deals with administrative regulations and board policies provides that normally you have two readings, but and that's pointed out in Mr. Gonzalez's memo having to do with the expulsion procedure modifications tonight. So if the board, for this item or any other item, wants to implement a policy at the time of the first reading, it has the authority to do that, but the motion should include waiving a second reading.
Okay.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion while the rest of the questions are researched.
Okay. And the second? Yeah, okay. All right, then the motion has been withdrawn. We will actually wait until we have the further information that we've asked for, and we'll have a second reading. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you. All right. We're going to skip over our scheduled break for the time being and move on to item F3, report on district expulsions and suspensions for the last 3 years. And that is Mr. Gonzalez again.
Mr. Gonzalez again, who has been keeping that information.
What we are going to present to you tonight is what we hope will be an annual summary of expulsion and suspension data for the district. I want to share with you that attachment F3 does contain some errors that I'll point out to you as we go. This is a corrected sheet for the 2005-2006 school year, and it's not as clear as we would want it to be, but what it does indicate is that this is a breakdown by school site, the secondary schools, and by violation of the Education Code 48900. And what it says down here is that there was approximately 2,171 suspensions during the 2005-2006 school year. I want you to note that this does not indicate that there was 2,171 different separate individual students that were suspended. It's very possible that Michael, for example, could have been suspended twice or 3 times or 4 times. So this is the total number of suspensions that occurred within our secondary district. We do not currently have an easy tracking mechanism for suspensions in the elementary schools. We're in the process of building that database, and we'll present that data to you upon your request. I think that's all I want to do with this one first, and we'll proceed. We've summarized it on the next chart that I'll give you right now. In this next chart, and all this information for the public is available at the back on the side table there. What we did here is we took a look at a breakdown of the suspensions, and if you'll just permit me, what this shows is that during the 2003-2004 school year, we had approximately 2,299 suspensions in our secondary schools, junior highs and high schools. The data for 0405 we have found needs to be revised, and so the information in your packet F3 should be ignored for the 0405 school year. And then what we've got in the last column is the 2005-2006 data. And what that indicates is that there was 171 suspensions the last school year. We took a look at what are the largest number of violations by category, the way the Education Code breaks it down. And there's a general category called 48900K, disruptions of the school environment or defiance of school authorities. And you're going to find that that constitutes by far the largest number of suspensions in our schools. For comparison purposes, there was 551 of those kinds of suspensions in 0304, and this past year there was 418 suspensions. Excuse me, 1,170. And I'll explain a bit about that. Well, I should explain it now. Please know that that number, it reflects one high school in particular who had as a discipline policy that if I was given a detention and I didn't show up for detention after several times, I eventually would be suspended. And so that's what accounts for that large number. We have consulted with that school and advised them that there's got to be a better way to make sure that students complete their detention assignments. All right?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may. Actually,
yes, Ms. Sarter?
This was the reason why I requested to have this discussion, because we saw these numbers embedded in
the CONAP.
Thank you. And I'm not concerned about the numbers per se. My issue is consistency across the schools.
Great.
Okay.
And please know that the district administration has met with the school site administration and conveyed exactly that. Not only do we need to be consistent, because that's a requirement of the law, but there's got to be a better way to get kids to motivate them to not end up with those detentions to begin with. The second largest category that our youngsters find themselves suspended has to do with fighting. All right, and in 0304 we had 518 students suspended for fighting. This past year it was 418. And I'm not going to go through the numbers except to tell you, take a look at substance abuse related. Most of that is related to marijuana use or alcohol use. To a very lesser extent, methamphetamine. It's not a significant problem very thankfully in our schools. I think that there is one incident of cocaine use. The bulk is about alcohol and marijuana. And you can see that the difference between the 3-year period is not very significant, but it is a bit less. The next category, obscenities, vulgarities, profanity, using 4-letter words. Any kind of violation under that large umbrella is also a significant cause for suspension in our schools. Possession or furnishing dangerous objects. The category that would include knives, guns, razor blades. It turns out that for most of the 54 in 0304 and the 26 in 0506, rest assured that we have not had an incident. I want to say this, knock on wood, we have not had an incident of a student bringing a gun to school. Should that happen, it would generate what's called a persistently dangerous designation at that particular school. What that reflects is mostly bringing knives, and it does not reflect brandishing knives. It means I brought a knife to school, sometimes for self-protection, ostensibly, sometimes because I forgot, sometimes because there's not a good explanation, but it's mainly bringing knives. The last violation that I bring to your attention is the sales of controlled substances. Most of the time, that is the sales of marijuana on campus. And you can see that there was 12 in 0304, and there's currently, or this past year, there was 6. And so, in general, it can be said that the number of suspensions has decreased over the last 3-year period. Again, we're revising the 0405 data, and that will be brought to you, if you so desire, at a later time or included in the board brief. Okay?
Mr. Gonzalez, I have one very quick question. I believe that we had a suspension this year for theft, where
Yes.
students had stolen some money.
Right.
Where would that be reflected in these
It
categories?
wouldn't be. What I did is I took a look at I drew out of the data the largest of the categories.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
If you take a look at that first sheet I gave you that breaks it down by school, you'll very specifically
Okay.
find your answer.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 members of the public who, I'm
With
sorry.
your
Oh,
permission, we're not done yet? Okay, thank you.
didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
We also have administrators from the schools if you wish to discuss any of these issues and involve them in the discussion. Sorry.
I next want to go into expulsion data. Suspensions can lead to expulsions. And so what you're looking at is an expulsion table for this past year. The press has reported, and we have shared with you previously, that we had approximately 105 expulsions, students that were recommended for expulsion in 0506. That is a dramatic jump increase from the 2 previous years. I want to say that at the outset. What you'll find is, I'll just go through, we broke it down by gender, by ethnicity, and we broke it down by grade level, and that's the tables you have before you. Right now, we're looking at gender and ethnicity, and just very quickly, I will share with you that 81 males were recommended for expulsion. After going through an administrative hearing or stipulated agreement, 68 were actually expelled by the district, and as of this moment, we have 3 pending, i.e., at the next board meeting, we will bring you the final 3 students that went through an administrative hearing panel this past summer. Female, you can see that 24 females were recommended for expulsion, 16 were actually expelled, and 1 is pending. When we look at it ethnically, 18 white students were recommended for expulsion, 11 were suspended, 2 are pending. Latinos, we have 81 students that were recommended for expulsion, 71 were expelled, and 2 are pending. Our black students, we had 2 African American students who were recommended for expulsion, and no African American was expelled the previous year. Other is a category that would include Asians and would include indigenous populations, Native American Indians. All right. If you turn to the next page, we've broke down the data by grade level, just to give you a sense for where we are. And we had occasion to be interviewed by by KYT this morning regarding this data, and I was asked if there was any data that stood out, and I shared with them very openly. It's not that the kids did a vicious thing, but you can see that we actually had two fourth graders recommended for expulsion. And that was a heart-wrenching thing for the school community, for the administrative hearing panel that sat in it, and I know for you folks. So I just bring that to your attention. But by grade level, take a look at the 10th grade, and you'll see very quickly why I'm pointing out the 10th grade. It turns out that by a small majority, the 10th graders you're most likely to be expelled at that level. We had 23 males recommended for expulsion. We had 5 females, 4 white, 4 Latinos, 1 black, and 1 other. And that's the grade level that concerns us now. And we'll, subsequent to this, we'll be meeting with our principals and reviewing this data and say, what do we need to do? Why is it 10th grade is very clearly an issue? But I also want to share with you, take a look at seniors. You may recall that about a month before school ended, we were involved with an expulsion case for a youngster days before graduation. And it was a very legitimate reason why we were making the recommendation, but it's sad that days before graduation, that's what's going to be happening here. Okay? So that's the data breakdown for 05-06. Okay? Thank you. Questions?
Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
I really appreciate the breakdowns.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
May I share one other thing? Dr. Sarvis, and I believe at the request of the board, asked us to do another research that we weren't able to conclude in time for this board meeting. Your request was to find out, okay, once the kids have been expelled, where are they going, and when do they come back?
I'm sorry, let me just
Please
interrupt because I don't I'm not sure that the rest of the board is aware of this, that I was actually the one who met with Dr. Sarvis and asked for some of this additional information. So it wasn't a full request from the board.
No problem. Well, my point simply is that we don't have that data yet available to you. Cecilia Molina, the principal of El Puente, will help us produce that data that we'll report to you at a later time. The last comment I want to share with you, it may be that the 105 cases is a large number, but I want to assure you that it reflects a couple of things. It does reflect that in the year 2005-2006, students are acting out more than they did before. What it also means that schools continue to be very, very safe environments for students. Our administrators are doing what they're supposed to do in regards to keeping a very safe learning environment for students. It is bothersome that it's 105, but it's a credit to the principals and their staffs that they are maintaining a very safe environment at our schools. All right? Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question about that. The increase could be because there are more incidents, or it could be because one or other or more schools have cracked down with a given number of incidents. Do we have any clue as to?
We have no empirical data that we can share with you today, but in speaking with principals, it's very clear that both of those things are happening. Kids are acting out more, and schools understand the importance. You know, post Columbine High School, everything has pretty much changed. Things that could have been tolerated before, were tolerated before, are no longer. And so that's my answer to your question, Dr. Noel. Both of those things are happening. Kids are acting out, and schools are taking a firmer line. Parents and staff require that we do that. Okay?
Do we have any further questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
I just wanted to also thank you for providing the information, and I think information is always a good thing to help guide and inform sort of actions that are taken. And I don't know if these numbers are any surprise to the administrators, because they probably already are well aware of what's going on at their school sites, but as a board member, it certainly helps, and it's very germane to the next item on the agenda, so I appreciate having that information.
Yes, and
timely.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to identify a little bit of what the information that I asked Dr. Sarvis for was to look at when we suspend students, and particularly when we expel students, our students who go to El Puente, for example, what happens to them? I certainly hope, and I think that it's true, that the vast majority of them return to our school district after they have fulfilled their expulsion. But I'm interested in if, first of all, number one, how many of them actually do return, and secondly, what happens to them when they return? Are they ultimately graduating from high school? Are they dropping out? Are they getting suspended again? Are they never in another ounce of trouble again? I'm really trying to figure out what the consequences are of our expulsion process. Is it working, or is it not working?
I would, again, we will give you data that will answer that question, but in general, we believe it is working. I want to share with you one statistic that we do know. We took a look at 3 years ago data. How many youngsters that were expelled 3 years ago came up for expulsion again? 1. We took a look at these 2 years ago, 04-05. How many youngsters that were recommended for expulsion in 04-05, their names came up in 05-06, 1. And so that's my compliments to the principals and also to our rehabilitation plans. They seem to be very effective deterrents and assistance to not only the youngster, but the family in curbing the behavior that got them into trouble and not repeating the behavior.
Well, that is actually great, and I hope that our statistics would still be as good. I'm optimistic that they would be. So I also hope that our graduation rates are as good with those students.
May I remind the board that when we've had presentations from El Puente and Cecilia Molina, we have gotten those numbers in the past, and most students were coming back to us. Some stayed with El Puente and graduated. Some took the California High School Proficiency Exam and graduated. Some were actually hitting 18 and took a GED. And so I'm happy to have that updated. But what's most important to my mind is that student expulsions in many districts are simply the exit from school. When students are expelled, they have no other place to go. They go home. They never come back to school. And our success in this is very important, and I know that we've looked at El Puente in the past in this light to be sure that these students are continuing, that they're going on in their education. So I'm anxious to see those numbers again as well.
Maybe for the public's sake, you can say some of the other elements of expulsion besides El Puente, because there are several other elements.
Good.
What you may be referring to is the fact that when the administrative hearing panel puts together a report called the findings of fact, did the youngster do what what they're accused of doing? That what's also required, the panel also puts together a rehabilitation plan. And the rehabilitation plan is a fairly comprehensive assistance to a student. It can be a referral to teen court, and often is. And teen court is a a part of the National Council of Alcoholism, or in our community, what we call Fighting Back. It includes a counseling component for the youngster, a counseling parenting component for the parent. It includes serving as a juror on a teen court, so you get a sense for other young people who have gotten themselves in trouble, and now you're sitting in a jury and deciding their fate. It includes community service. That's one aspect of the rehabilitation plan. The other aspect, often if it's drug or substance abuse related, what we'll do is we'll require the youngster to go through an assessment interview with the Daniel Bryant Family and Youth Center. If that assessment interview determines that the youngster does not have a drug or substance abuse problem, that's the end of the road. If, on the other hand, it is determined that the youngster is indeed involved with substance abuse, that youngster will be required to go through a very comprehensive intervention/counseling program that also includes mandatory drug urine testing. But I also might share with you that the Santa Barbara School Districts makes arrangements with the Santa Barbara County Education Office to make sure that students who are expelled have a place free of charge to continue their education, and that's the El Puente Community Schools. However, that's not the only option. By law, a parent has the option of going to a private school and seeking admission. A student also has the right to go to a neighboring public school and seek admission. I always use the example of the Carpinteria School District. By law, if I was expelled from the Santa Barbara School District and my parents want me to enter Carpinteria High School, I am by law required to notify the administration of Carpinteria High School that I was suspended by the Santa Barbara School Districts, and they're obligated to hold a hearing to determine if they'll permit me to enter. Other options, it's not unusual for us to suggest, you know what, there are learning issues that lead us to believe here that that student needs to be tested with a full assessment. It's not unusual for us to recommend, you know what, there seems to be very clear evidence that this youngster's involved with gang activity, and we want the rehabilitation plan to focus on that kind of activity. It's a tailor-made kind of plan. Okay.
I have just one other comment, and it seems somewhat obvious, and I feel like we might even be trying to skirt it, and that is that when we look at our achievement data, we're constantly aware of how underrepresented the Latino population is, the Latino students are, in the high-achieving groups. When we look at this data, where I'm also struck by how overrepresented our Latino students are in the expulsion and suspension process. It troubles me greatly that it seems like another indication of how we are not meeting the needs of our Latino students. I don't know exactly how we address that, because obviously if students are engaging in inappropriate behavior, then they need to suffer the consequences as we identify what they should be. But I do think we should be looking at what are the underlying factors that are creating an overrepresentation for our Latino students in a very negative realm, and an underrepresentation of our Latino students in the more positive realm. And I know that you know that, and I'm sort of basically just saying that because I think it needs to be stated, overtly. But I find that data extremely troubling. I have since I joined the board, and week after week after week after week, we are seeing Latino students come into the expulsion process, and I find that really troubling. So I hope that we can be thinking about what our climates are at our schools, what our processes are, what our alternatives are maybe, so that we can start to address this issue, because to me this is a really unacceptable statistic, and I'm sure we probably all feel the same way, so I'm not saying anything that I think is different from what other people think, but I just wanted to state it, overtly.
Thank you for your comments, and I agree.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Harder?
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez, you were looking at the data, and then there was that particular spike in 10th grade. And I know that you will be having a conversation with the junior high and high school principals about it. But we also know that there's a direct correlation between student engagement in campus life and these kinds of behaviors. So maybe we need to be taking a particularly hard look at 7th grade and 9th grade when students enter schools, particularly our Latino students. If you're not achieving well in school, you tend to be more disengaged at finding ways to engage students, to feel like they are a part of campus life, that they do have something at stake, and bring that conversation back to the board.
You're absolutely correct. It's very, very clear to everyone who works in this business that the more a student feels a part, and the family, the more they feel a part of the school body, the less these outlying behaviors are going to occur. And we need to work on it. That's very, very clear. Okay.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
add,
Yeah. Oh, yes,
ask a
Ms.
question?
Rodriguez?
It seems like we have heard about programs or seen them on the campuses from the 3 high schools, and I don't know whether it would be appropriate to ask that question of the 3 principals, or actually the 4 principals, if Zabney is still here.
Principals,
well,
actually.
I was thinking of the high school
You're
level.
thinking of the
but-
high schools.
But I would like to hear, because I know they do have programs in place to keep the 9th graders, or I'm not sure as well familiar with the 7th grade programs, but I think it would be worthy of hearing that now.
Mr. Turnbull is volunteering, Mr. Becchio, yes. But if any of you, both, but I'm sorry, Mr. Becchio, if any of you who are willing can come and address this, but we do need you to come up to the podium because we need to capture it for the TV. Airing.
Since Mr. Turnbull volunteered me, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. I'll go first. At Santa Barbara Junior High this year, we're instituting a family and academic outreach center, and so we have someone staffing that full-time, a full-time teacher who's also working on his counseling credential, Mr. Gill. He lives right in the East Side neighborhood. Our hope is that we're connecting with families, and he has a group of kids that are on his caseload that he's actually meeting with, not only for academic needs, but also for some of our kids that are behavior issues, that are Latino students. The other thing that at Santa Barbara Junior High specifically we have is the SCCP, School Community Policing Partnership Grant. And we're working with Fighting Back on that grant and PAL programs and trying to link kids up with mentors, get them on the PAL van, get them over to activities. And then the last thing I would mention is just that this year we're instituting a positive behavioral incentive program, which I think we were lacking at Santa Barbara Junior High in the past 10 years anyways that I've been there. And that is recognizing that 97% of our kids that are doing great things every day with reward programs, maybe extra assembly, reward assembly, early release to lunch, and hoping that that brings along some of the kids, into more positive behavior. So those are some of the things we're doing this year. So any specific questions?
Do we have, no, I think we're going to let you off the hot seat.
Great.
But thank you very much for sharing that and for volunteering to go first. Would anybody like to volunteer someone else? Ms. Keynes, you are volunteering yourself. Good.
Good evening. Always a pleasure to appear before you. And I'd just like to state for the record that La Cumbre Junior High, which has the highest Latino population percentage-wise in the secondary district, had 0 expulsions last year. Yes, I agree. And we attribute this to a couple of things. Number one, character counts. A very strong character education program which was instituted last year, which is practiced by teachers, and students really have intrinsically looked at their good character and carried it out into the community. Number two, our homework policy, and we think that behavior is really tied to success. And I think the statistics would show that in general, students at the lower end of academic achievement tend to act out more, partly because they've not experienced success as they come to junior high for the last 7 or 8 years. So we require students to do homework. We refuse to let them fail. And as they experience success through the extra support and engagement, they tend, not to commit those serious kinds of offenses that cause them to get expelled. Also, early intervention. As we look at our students coming in and we are out there among them, we look for those signs of behavior and we intervene. And that's not only with the student, with the family, and we involve the parents. And I can tell you firsthand that our band program, which increased from 8 students to 55 students last year, is one of the reasons directly that students became engaged. And we increased the number of electives that were held outside the school day. So some of our lower achieving students who had to take an extra reading class still could participate. For the girls, it was dance and drill and all of those activities that they really looked forward to. So from La Cumbre Junior High, that's part of what we did.
Ms.
Thank
Gaines,
you.
Could you explain a little bit about this homework policy?
Absolutely, Dr. Noel. This is a policy that says students will do their homework. We find in junior high that if you do your homework, you tend to get good grades. Students can use their homework for tests, or if you do your homework, you are current with the class. So every Friday, teachers turn in a list of students who have not completed 100% of their homework. We database that, give it back to the teachers on Monday, and when it comes to lunchtime on Monday, students who have completed 100% of their homework the week before go to lunch early. Now that's a big deal when you want to be first in the snack shack or cafeteria line. It also allows the teachers of those students who didn't complete their homework to spend time and find out why they didn't complete the homework. The class is too easy, the class is too hard, whatever. I need a place to do my homework so we can enroll them in the homework club. But we go that extra step to find out why they're not doing the homework. And last year we established homework clubs, not punishment, a place where you can go with your friends, get some help staffed by a credentialed teacher. We database that list. The second week that your name appears on that homework list, you receive a call slip from the counselor. So the counselor then intervenes, talks to you one-on-one to find out what's going on. Again, another intervention. And so, in other words, we're not waiting till the quarter, till grades come out. We're intervening really early to find out what's going on and how we can support that student. The third week that your name appears on the list, you are required to come to an additional homework time during lunch, where you come, you eat your lunch. It's staffed by a credentialed teacher. It's paid for by the school out of categoricals, where teachers, again, can help you get your homework done, or can arrange you in groups with other students where you can get that extra support. And at the end of the first semester, students who had never appeared on that list participated in a special field trip. And again, students don't want to be on the list. They're quick to point out if their name mistakenly got on that list, but a very strong homework policy that is supported by our parents, and our students are held accountable.
Thank you. That's very helpful. In looking at the data, I noticed how really your expulsion suspension rates had plummeted, and couldn't help but, and knowing a little bit about what you're doing, couldn't help but think that maybe there's a model at La Cumbre that could be adapted to some of the other campuses, much to their benefit. And I would hope that that possibility would be considered.
And of course, you know, Dr. Noel, the other issue is education. And today on the second day of school, I met with 7th grade, one period in 8th grade. And for 7th graders who are new to the school, the approach is different, but the expectations for academics, for behavior are made very clear. The consequences, the positives, and we lay it out, you know, their responsibility for knowing what's in their backpack and what's in their pocket. And the 8th graders, of course, were very proud because they are very much a part of that 0 number, and they have committed to maintaining 0 as our expulsion number.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keynes. I think we do have a, oh, I'm sorry, would you also like to? It seems like it.
I just wanted to share, just adding on to what you've heard already, and to be brief here, is that we try to get our kids before they come into school. And we start our summer with a summer leadership program. This year it was very much technology based, and it was based on leadership. So the kids that came in, there were 120 students recommended from 6th grade feeder schools. They came in, we provided binders, the dividers, the pencils, the pens, the study skills, and also the fun. It was completely different from anything that they had experienced, whether in elementary school or would experience as textbook driven. It was project based, helped to be funded by Raytheon and business partnerships, and very much active. And the kids at the end, some of the local businesses helped sponsor it, ended up with PowerPoint presentations. And if you can get 12 and 13-year-olds to come in and do PowerPoint presentations, first on researching a leader, then how that leader contributed to the community, how they could be a leader at Goleta Valley Junior High School, and what they were going to do to be different there. And these are the kids that normally are in the leadership class. So in our 8th grade, it was our kids who hadn't passed successfully with D's or F's. And our 6th grade group, it was the group recommended who could use some extra self-esteem. To carry that into the school year, we have the houses, and each student is put into a house, each faculty member. And it's a way of getting involved with your school, with community service, with activities at lunch, and also with academic support and social support. So just something a little bit different there. And I think just building a culture of success. Thanks to Jan Zettel supported us this year that after-school tutorials was mandatory. Kids were not in trouble. It was building on success. And we ended up running 5 after-school math tutorials as well as a homework center. And that meant that at least 120 kids a quarter were going through, not in trouble, getting support, having some snacks, and just building on that. And I think we really reached out to our Title I group. We have ways to go still with our ELL and Latino group, but I think we're on the right road. Positive.
Thank you. And I appreciate the junior highs stepping up to this. I don't want the principals to feel that each person has to address this. We were just trying to get an idea. So if any of the additional other principals want to say something, you can, but please don't feel like you have to if you just. Oh, well, of course. And if you want to put your fashion on display, you can also come up to the podium.
Halloween is another month away. I have some data to share with you.
Thank you, Ms.
San
Morgan.
Marcos is the guilty school that caused the peak in our suspensions. And I'm going to go back to one of the data pages that Michael shared with you. Title is Santa Barbara High School District Suspensions 2005-2006. And across the top it has the different schools listed. We were the school that had 468 no-show Saturdays that resulted in the computer system tagging those kids on suspension. So if you take 468 away from different categories, even though it does show up, and I did want to speak to you to give you that data clarification. And I'm not going to waste your time. We do a lot of the neat stuff that the other schools are doing out of a model schools conference that Bill Daggett presented data in Florida. The common 12 themes across the most effective high schools in the United States, we're doing about 75% of that. We're looking at houses next year. National research indicates that anytime you moved from one school or one grade from one site to another, you need to put your energy and resources, and that's kind of where we're going, as well as looking at our block schedule and making some adjustments to that. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Ortiz, in his lovely coordinated ensemble.
Actually, I had a kind of a cute story this morning. I walked out the back door, and the student walked out and said, "Hey, you're all about Mr. Garcia." Mr. Garcia is one of our assistant principals who's a dapper dresser, so it was a true compliment.
So it was high praise.
High praise. But when it's done in the reverse, it's often viewed as a criticism when you're identified as an over 50-year-old principal. I've said for many years that the greatest reform of all is the culture of the school. And over the years, we've worked very hard as a team, our school community. That's the students and the parents. And I want to say that without a shadow of a doubt, the key to our success has been the outstanding work of the families themselves, and that is always the key to success. But we have pulled together as a team. Our focus has been, again, the culture and climate. I was interested in what Mrs. Hart had to say. I'm a firm believer that we need to get students engaged, and we have to develop academic skills, and the two most important skills are reading and writing. And if I was to go with one, I would go with writing, because when you can write, you can read, and you can listen, and you can speak, and the kids are connected. Everything we do is to build inclusion and influence, whether it's in the classroom or out in campus. And over the years, we put together a team that has a technical core, excuse me, the organization, they have the management skills, but most of all, they have the spirit. They want to be in our schools. They want to work with junior high school youngsters. The kids and the parents and all of us, we can feel it. Come out and visit, you'll see it. It's a great school. We work hard. I've connected very closely with all the principals, mostly the junior high. We are doing a lot of articulation, and we're working as a team to resolve these issues. We're going to be participating in the peer leadership program, and I think this will also pay huge dividends. Again, developing skills, building connections between each other in our schools, and I think you'll start to see some of these high numbers dissipate. So, any questions? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Okay. I think we do have a couple of, or at least, I think two members of the public who wish to address this item.
Roseanne Crawford, followed by Carolyn Renard.
Hi, good evening. Is this the right level? I always feel like I have to bend down. Let me adjust it here. Is that okay? Yes. Thank you. For those that don't know me, I am Roseanne Crawford, and I am a candidate running for school board. In focusing on specific areas I felt were important in establishing my position on issues facing our school district, I was aware that this was an area, expulsions, that needed more exploration. Why? Why is this happening? How can we improve the bottom line here? If our mission is academic excellence for all, let's emphasize all, we need more information. We need more input. Several weeks ago, even before the recent newspaper articles, I set up an appointment with Joe Castro of UCSB, whom, as you know, heads up academic outreach to our schools. very knowledgeable in this area. In fact, I had the pleasure of hearing him as a keynote speaker when he addressed several months ago the City of Santa Barbara's Youth Awards Banquet. And that evening they were showcasing the stars, not only the academic achievers, those that had gone on and overcome huge obstacles in terms of substance abuse, drugs, alcohol, things like that. And it was amazing to see those people up there telling their stories, and to hear Joe speak was truly inspiring. So I thought, this is the guy that knows what's going on. I need information. I want to know what's going on here. So thus, I have an appointment to meet with him shortly that you can't get on his calendar for a whole month. So the recent articles in the newspaper again prompted me for another action to ask my daughter, who is a junior at the Santa Barbara High School, for some inside information. Granted, she's in AP classes and honors and she's dual enrollment. What would she know about any kids that are dropping out, really? But she knows what's going on at that school. I thought I'd ask her. It was very interesting, the response. She said, "Mama, you would be surprised who these people are." And she said, "You don't see the ones that don't get caught." And she says, "It's not just the Latinos." "Give me names. Is it anybody we know?" "Oh, no, I can't give you that information." She's smart. But she did give me some information
30 seconds.
that I found interesting. What we need to do is concentrate more on early intervention, partner more with, for example, the police department, who knows what's going on in these areas, the at-risk gang activity. Things like that would be very, very beneficial. And I have other ideas too, but unfortunately I'm out of time. Thank you for your time here.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford.
Carolyn Renard.
I wanted to mention that I have a feeling that the data that Mr. Gonzalez presented doesn't include all the voluntary transfers that happen, involuntary transfers that happen in the schools, and that could be quite a large number of kids that are basically expelled, and in other words, involuntarily moved to another school, at least within the district, because of the same kind of issues that might call for an expulsion, but they don't show up in the expulsion data. So I really think it would be a good idea for you to ask for the data on involuntary transfers. I happen to know that involuntary transfers are not recorded necessarily as involuntary transfers. I'm aware of several cases where parents, especially Ms. Cordero, the parents that you're concerned about, the limited English-speaking and Hispanic parents, they're told that their child has to transfer to another school because of behavior problems. Well, the records, the transfer document that's sent shows a voluntary transfer. So this is another thing that's going on here. It's not showing up in the statistics, and I'm not quite sure how you get that information, but you need to be able to have parents feel like they can come to the board with these kind of problems, and I don't think that atmosphere exists, with the exception of Mr. Noel. I also feel that the statistics apparently don't reflect the stipulated agreements that are, I assume, happening, because I've asked if they have started happening or not, and I can't get an answer that they haven't started happening, so I'm assuming that they are. Those wouldn't necessarily come before the board, any record of those. They wouldn't show up in the expulsion. They would. Okay.
I completely agree with you about the involuntary transfers, and I think we need to gather that data, but we do see the stipulated agreement.
I didn't see any of those in the data. I didn't see any, that's why I'm saying this. I did see settlement agreements, but that's not the same thing. Just to go on before my time is up, also, I don't know if this problem is cleared up or not, but the expulsions for disrupting school activities, I've seen that code statute be used for kids that had over 3 tardies, and they claimed that this disrupted the class when kids came in late, and they used that code section to suspend or expel kids, which is completely illegal. The practice hadn't stopped the last time I looked. So I hope that you can look into this and make sure that's not still happening. Just a few remarks on the La Cumbre Junior High. There's a lot of commendable things going on there.
Ms. Bernard, your time has expired, so could you please wrap up?
Okay. I think however, I think that keeping the students in at lunch is illegal, and the after-school tutorials that are mandatory, I think, is also illegal if the child is already taking the required school day. And that I never hear one of the options being to have these children assessed to see if they have learning disabilities and would qualify for special education or Section 504. I never hear that once in when these kids that are having behavior problems and other problems. And I just wanted to say that, that needs to be a part of what happens when kids are having troubles.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard.
Thank you for letting me finish.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? No? Okay, then.
No, except to say that I don't know if we keep numbers. When we talk about involuntary transfers, it's contained in the next discussion.
Right.
But I think that's something we need to start record keeping.
Okay.
I might speak to that. I take the recommendations from the principals, review the discipline records on involuntary transfers. I can say that there are very few, and I have the letters that I've sent to each parent that we can tally for you.
Thank you, Mr. Zettel. Okay, then I think that brings us to the next item, which is a very similar item, has to do with our suspension and expulsions due process policy and administrative regulation. We had scheduled a brief break. Does the board want to take a break? Yes, thank you to all the principals who were here. We appreciate you being here at this hour. Okay, we do have a request from the board to take a brief break before we move on to the next item. So we will take just a very quick 10-minute break. We're going to set the clock and we're going to be back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
You want to tell the principals they don't have to be in until 7 tomorrow morning?
F4, first reading and possible final approval of revisions to Board Policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion / due process, and Administrative Regulation 5144.1, suspension and expulsion / due process.
And
Mr. Gonzalez will be.
Mr. Gonzalez will make this presentation. We've been talking about this for some time. Just today, I was notified by a couple of people, one from the Santa Barbara Teen Legal Clinic, and asked that we postpone any vote. And I said, our usual procedure is to have a first reading and then come back to the next meeting with the second reading so that we do have adequate input. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you for that comment, Dr. Sarvis. I summarized all of the modifications, proposed new language to our board policy and our ARs on this overhead here. And if I could share with you the essence of the changes, it's those underlined sections that are posted up there. What we are suggesting to you, if the board eventually approves these modifications both to our board policy and our administrative regulations, the board would not meet with pupils, their parents, or representatives as part of the board's review process unless it elected to order a supplemental hearing. The board would retain the prerogative of conducting a supplemental hearing. I think that there's been a misunderstanding in our public about what that means. It is not the intent of this language to say, okay, board members, you are not going to meet with parents anymore or students in a supplemental hearing. The intent of this whole conversation has been, if you are going to meet with parents in a supplemental hearing, you are required by law to follow all the rules and regulations and due process procedures associated with a supplementary hearing. Currently, a supplemental hearing means that a parent gets to go before you, a youngster gets to go before you and plead their case. And as you know, it's a very emotional time. What you're not hearing is similar kinds of feedback or input from the school site. And again, the major concern about how we're handling it at the present time is that we are not fulfilling the requirements of a supplemental hearing. So if the board chose to have a student come before them, it's allowable, but it would require a full review and implementation of all of the supplemental hearing requirements. So that's one major change. The other change that's been alluded to over the past months and even today is that the revised policy and administrative regulation also provide for the use of stipulated agreements. Now, there's a lot of, well, let me read it, in which there may be a voluntary and informed written waiver in cases involving mandatory expulsion where there is no factual dispute. What does all that mean? That means that after meeting, once a youngster has been recommended for expulsion, and the district sits down with the parents and the youngster, and there is no disagreement as to the facts of the violation, that indeed I did violate the school rule. I did do what the school has provided evidence in support of saying I did. If I do not dispute the facts, then I can enter into agreement with the district subject to board approval, where in a written document I say I did it and I'm willing to take the consequences. What might those consequences be? An expulsion for a half a year or a full year, the permissible by law, and an agreement that I'm going to come through, going to successfully complete the rehabilitation plan. That is something that we've been doing for some time, by the way. This is nothing new. We have had stipulated agreements worked out between attorneys for many, many years. Our counsel has advised us that we have sufficient experience in these matters that we can now engage in writing and negotiating stipulated agreements without the district's attorney present. That's what we're codifying in these proposed revisions to board policy and to the administrative regulations. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Okay, Ms. Malakoff?
Could you tell us about what a supplemental hearing would be? How long would it take to arrange? Where would we do this? How many people involved? I mean, what would this look like?
A supplemental hearing would require, you may recall, I did not provide it tonight, but you may recall that in earlier board meetings, we've given you approximately 20 pages of Ed Code requirements regarding a supplemental hearing. The easiest way to understand it is if you understand the current model for an administrative hearing panel, all of those timelines, and evidence presentation, witness presentation would have to be part of what we call a supplemental hearing. You could not, for example, just simply have the parent and the student present. You would have to afford the school an opportunity to present any new evidence or testimony that they've picked up after the fact. In a sense, the easiest way to explain it is you would be duplicating what you've charged the administrative hearing panel to do.
All the administrators from that site would come to the supplemental hearing.
Well, to clarify, all the administrators who had direct knowledge of the events would be required to be present.
But the hearing panel itself would not attend.
No, that would not be a requirement. We would be talking about the school site folks, not the administrative hearing panel. As you know, I represent the administrative hearing panel in those closed sessions.
It sounds like something that would take a while to arrange, and I mean, if so, it would have to come to the board. The board would then review the documents and say, you know, this one we can't decide. We need a supplemental hearing on, and that would then require a month or so before that would happen again.
It's very likely because one of the constraints is that the board is meeting either 2 or 3 times per month, and it would mean altering those closed session agendas in a significant way.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it is a time-consuming exercise. But my main concern is not the time constraints. My main concern is that we are obligated to make sure that our board follows the education code in regards to supplemental hearing.
Ms. Harder?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I had the identical question as Ms. Malakoff. I guess I would be curious to see an outline of what that process would look like. That would be very helpful to me before approving the whole policy.
We will do that. We will summarize those 20-some pages into an outline that's more readable than to wade through the 20-some pages. Sure.
And then I have a couple of other comments with regard to the text that we have in front of us. On the top of, starting at the bottom of page 2 and at the top of page 3, it says at the beginning of the first semester or quarter of the regular school term, the governing board shall notify the parent or guardian, et cetera, et cetera. Should it not say superintendent or designee? I mean, I realize.
With your permission, I'm going to defer to counsel that helped draft.
I imagine that's language out of the Ed Code.
Okay.
Just tell me where that is again, please,
Bottom of
Mrs.
page 2 onto the top of page 3. Of the board policy, I'm sorry.
Well, if you don't think that it's sufficiently inferred that the governing board does it through staff, then certainly that can be augmented.
No, I don't know if I would like it to be clarified or not. I mean, certainly if a family went back to look at the regulations, that information did not come from me. It was handed out at the beginning of the school year by school principals and teachers and counselors.
Why don't we go back, take a look at the Ed Code and see if we can,
Could
we can
we
add
say
some
the
language.
district shall notify?
Flipping pages as we speak.
Actually, the language tracks with the language of the cited section of the education code.
Okay, that's fine. And then just one other tiny thing, apart from the request that both Ms. Malakoff and I made, on page 16, and I think the pages run consecutively, but it's into the administrative regs. On page 16, there's a typo. In the section that says suspension of expulsion, section A, 1, 2, 3, the fourth line down, it should say students rehabilitation. Okay. Those were all my comments.
Dr. Noel?
I have a number of concerns. I'm concerned about the stipulated agreement language, and the first question is very specific. Can minors enter into a stipulated agreement that has binding effect like this?
I'll answer that if you don't mind my saying so. The case that supports this involved a minor being supported, at least by their attorney, and I can't remember if the parent was involved or not. I think it was. This language talks about the pupil and the pupil's parent or legal guardian.
Where is that in here?
Last line. Okay.
Show me that, I'm sorry.
Page one, the underlined section.
I'm reading the AR.
Of the administrative regs,
Yeah.
page one, the bolded, the underlined paragraph, it's the last line of the underlined paragraph.
I'm reading page 13 of the AR.
Oh.
Go to page 1, if you would, which is the definition section.
Yeah. Well, you said the next word that I was concerned with. Normally stipulated agreements are entered into by attorneys, and that's been our experience, if I understand correctly from what Mr. Gonzalez is saying. And now you're saying now we don't have to have attorneys. And there's an asymmetry here that I'm worried about, that we've got you, Mr. Price, and you serve the board and the administration, and the parents who may or may not speak English, who may have a 6th grade education at most, and a kid who's in trouble, have to deal with the bureaucracy and its counsel. And I don't see I see no obligation for us to provide legal counsel to them. I don't know that we've certainly seen many a case come in where the people couldn't afford legal counsel if they knew they had a right to it. And there's just a terrible, to me, and maybe you can help me understand how I'm worried unnecessarily, but it seems very asymmetrical here, a real asymmetry in power.
Well, in terms of how these things actually work, I would leave it to Mr. Gonzalez. But in terms of the legal issues, the right to do a stipulated agreement derives from the Thousand Oaks case, the Caneo case that's cited in here. And the language that is before you tracks with that, and it gives to your board and your staff the ability to use that process as you may determine that it's appropriate. Further definition can always be given to the staff with respect to the circumstances under which you wish to have or wish not to have this procedure carried out. But without that, in any event, you, the board, must approve every stipulated agreement before it becomes final. So whether that's a sufficient safeguard for you or not, I can't say. But certainly where there is any cause for the board to believe that someone has been deprived of the same type of opportunities that others might have if they were in possession of greater resources, then you're in a position to do something about that.
How, Mr. Price, would we know about that when the stipulated agreement is done outside of the board and brought to the board, presented by an administrator as a fait accompli? How would we get outside of the administrative perspectives to know that there's a problem, that the family didn't really understand what they were signing? How do they know they didn't understand what they were signing unless they have the resources to get some kind of legal assistance? I don't see any safeguard against abuse here. Sure, the board can use it, but the board can also abuse it. And I don't see anything to prevent that.
I just want to interject for 1 second because I want to make sure I'm clear on what the issue is. I feel like I'm a little bit unclear. So Dr. Noel, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what concern you're raising. So, because this is just basically giving our staff, I want to, and maybe I'm misunderstanding. This is just basically giving our staff the authority to do something that we have traditionally done with an attorney. Is that correct?
To be more accurate, for many years, stipulated agreements were negotiated between attorneys. Once they negotiated the document, they were then given to district administration to approve or disapprove. If we approved it, we signed the document, and that document eventually ended up with the board. For this past year, we have entered, I believe, into 5 stipulated agreements without attorneys. I would like to address your issue, Dr. Noel, and I don't want to misuse the word, but it is a function of professionalism and trust. You, as board members, we ask that you trust the decisions of your district administrative staff in making sure that parents who do agree to stipulated agreements do so full well knowing exactly what it is that they're signing. I want to share with you one more case. I shared with you that we have presented to you with signed documents by both the parents, the youngster, and myself to you. We have submitted to you 5 stipulated agreements thus far this year. What I've not shared with you is that we worked with a stipulated agreement for a student whose language was not English or Spanish. We translated that document, and when the parent read the document, they said, you know what, I'm not signing this document. Fine. Then we resorted to the administrative hearing panel. We took the case to the administrative hearing panel. I do recognize and understand the inequity. We finished looking at data that very clearly indicated that Latinos are out of proportion with expulsions. It can also be said, as you know as board members, that many of the Latinos that we have brought, the schools have brought, the district have brought before you, very clearly come from low-income families and don't have easy access to legal counsel. What I will share with you is that in many cases, we have advised parents who we believed should consult with legal counsel. We referred them to places like the Teen Legal Clinic. Dr. Sarvis shared with you earlier the email that we received from Teen Legal Clinic, who stated, please don't vote tonight because we would like to present to you a statement from our side. I would not want you to think that we engage in an adversarial position with these youngsters. These youngsters who are recommended for expulsion are our youngsters. Our obligation is just not to find a consequence for behavior, but I want to emphasize that to find an appropriate rehabilitation plan. I shared with you, our intent is not just, youngster, we want to remind you of the wrong thing you've done. More importantly, we want to correct to make sure that it doesn't happen. So I want to assure you, with the stipulated agreements that we've written, I can assure you that they've been with full knowledge of what they were doing. You may recall about 2 years ago when our present president, took the position on the board. She is very clear to state that you've got to work on making communications and correspondence to our parents legible, understandable, and that is our intent with stipulated agreements. I will share with you that the language we use is more understandable than the language that attorneys were using before. So I don't want in any way discount the power paradigm that you've mentioned, but I do in the same breath want to assure you that I would ask you, trust your administrative staff. We're not here to penalize unnecessarily or to put down students and families unnecessarily who get caught in the expulsion process.
You know, Mr. Gonzalez, that's a very nice speech. But it fails to take into account that there are different perspectives in this world, and that the perspective from an administrative position may not necessarily be the perspective from a non-administrative position, and that once you're in your own perspective, it is very hard for you to step out of it to see it from another perspective, to see it from an alternative. That's why law is adversarial. Okay? And you're saying, no, suspend adversarial proceedings, and I don't mean to get down with trial lawyers, but suspend those protections and trust administrators. I trust administrators, but I also believe that they have one way of looking at things, and there are alternatives. And these families need to understand the alternatives. There is nothing to prevent abuse here. Not abuse because there are mean people, trying to punish kids, but abuses that happen because they're dealing with bureaucracies and administrative perspectives and defensiveness on the part of people who if it goes the other way, may not look too good. Those are all natural things. I don't condemn people for being human beings, but that's why you have procedures and institutions which provide safeguards, and I just don't see it in this.
Well, okay, I'm still confused. The part that I was confused about originally, and I have to direct this question to you, Dr. Noel, is these stipulated agreements have been happening in the entire time that you've been on the board, long before I got on the board. And you haven't raised this objection before.
Madam President, this is the first real debate we've had on this, okay? And secondly, as you just heard, and let's get Mr. Gonzalez to say it for your benefit, prior to the last few months, there were attorneys on both sides. I have no problem whatsoever with stipulated agreements entered into by parties under advice of counsel, symmetrically. I mean, you must not have heard that part. Do I understand correctly?
Your comments are correct.
Okay.
Clarifying question?
I'm sorry. In the past, were we? I just want to follow up with the question. In the past, did we have a requirement that the parents have an attorney?
In the past, there was no such requirement. However, the practice very clearly was that we would, the district administration would only approve stipulated agreements that had been worked out by counsel that represents the district and counsel representing the student.
Right.
That is correct.
And that, I'm sorry, Dr. Noel, because I'm perhaps you misunderstood what I was saying. That was the part that I was unclear about in terms of your objection, because in the past, the kind of safeguard that you seem to be concerned about here wasn't in place. We sort of depended on the practice
That is
of
the
our
safeguard. That
well,
is the safeguard.
No, I'm sorry. Let me finish, please. We depended on the practice of our administrators to have a fair situation, and so I think what Mr. Gonzalez was saying is that we can also depend on our administrators to continue to have a fair process. Now, I have a different concern about this because I'm concerned about the fact that the parents can't address the fact that it takes this entire hearing, which will be very time consuming and so will probably result in the board doing it very rarely, is going to keep the parents from being able to address the board very often in terms of their student expulsion. I mean, we've all seen the work that you do in our closed session. I have no question whatsoever that I think you would be extremely fair. I'm more concerned with the fact that the parents don't have an avenue to address the board. And I realize that we have been out of compliance with Ed Code by the way we have been doing it, so we cannot continue to do it the way we were. But I'm interested in if I don't know what it is, if there is some process or some way that the parents can still have access to the board, because my understanding is if we do approve the expulsion, if the board ultimately approves the expulsion, then their only recourse is to appeal to the county board, which to me seems like it would be a highly intimidating process for the average parent. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but that's where my concern lies. I have every trust in the administration that they would make every attempt to be extremely fair in the stipulated agreements, but I'm concerned about the loss of dialogue between the parents and the board.
I share your dilemma, and over the past few months we have attempted to find a legal way to permit parents to come before you. And this is a trite expression, and I don't want to make light of it, but it does not seem that we can have our cake and eat it too. If we want a supplemental hearing, which you're authorized to do, it also requires all the due process stuff associated with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I cut off Ms. Malikoff, so I want to.
I'm sorry.
Go back.
I just had a brief question. In a stipulated agreement, can the student have legal counsel, or does that ever happen?
It has happened almost exclusively with legal counsel.
No, I mean, after this point, would is it possible for the student to have legal representation?
Yes, but I will share with you that if a youngster who was recommended for expulsion said, I've got an attorney representing me, that the first call we make is to our district attorney. I am not a practicing lawyer, and I would not symmetry. We would engage, we would make contact with our attorney who would sit down and work out the stipulated agreement. That is beyond my purview and my area of expertise at that point.
If you'll indulge me for a second, what would be the advantage then for a student to have a stipulated agreement? Maybe I could see an advantage is that they would have a process over with quicker. They could go on to whatever the next step is much quicker, and they would actually come back into the system quicker.
They would not necessarily come back to the system quicker, depending on the length of expulsion, but it circumvents, it cuts down the extreme stresses involved in the waiting for the process, the waiting for the administrative hearing panel, the pressure that I'm under as I appear, the waiting for the board's decision. That's what it does. It removes the time frame. It shortens the time frame.
About average time frame from the time the child does the incident to the time when we see this expulsion and rule on it is?
Except during the summer, during the regular school year, about 40 days.
So they're out of school for those 40 days,
Exactly.
usually on home independent study.
On the interim home instruction program, sometimes other arrangements are made, but mainly the interim home instruction program, i.e. instruction provided by a district teacher.
So, but it means they're home and the parents are often at work, and this way, with a stipulated agreement, it's how long could it be between the incident and going to a new school?
Hey, our experience has been probably within about two to 3 weeks, because please recall that just because I entered into a stipulated agreement with district administration, it's still subject to board approval. And so we've got to get it on the board agenda. So it could be as little as 2 weeks depending on the closed session agenda. But it would not be the 40 days that currently we're taking.
Thank you.
You have to remember, too, that a stipulated agreement can only be entered into between the student and his parents and the administration if the student has committed an act under 48-915, which is, in effect, they both have to agree that the act was committed. So the parent and the student have to sign that, yes, that was done. The board then, it's a mandatory expulsion. The principal is mandated to recommend to the board expulsion, and Ed Code says the board must expel. You don't have a choice at that point. And so the stipulated agreement for that, in effect, takes that parent. If they agree, yep, he did it or she did it, it takes it out of a hearing process. And as Mr. Gonzalez said, out of the pain of going through all of that, it sends them on to, you know, the next phase of their schooling. We are responsible for all of these children. They are ours. And so this is not a court of law. We're not penalizing them. We're sending them to a probably more restrictive environment for their education, but they are getting an education. And we care about them, and that's why they come back. We're changing their placement, in effect. And so I guess that overarching piece of information you kind of need to have.
Yeah, I think that's very important to remember, that these only take place when everybody agrees on what the circumstances were. If the parents or the students say, no, that didn't happen, then you don't enter into a stipulated agreement.
I would.
Sorry, Ms. Harder had a
Oh,
had a
I'm
comment?
sorry, Ms. Harder.
No, if you have a concluding remark with regard to the
Oh,
stipulation.
okay.
Well, I'll wait.
Dr. Noel?
Happily yield to you, Mrs. Harder.
Thanks, Dr. Noel. I share some of Dr. Noel's concerns about the stipulated agreements, but I know that we're going to hear from the Teen Legal Clinic, and that may provide us with some additional information that would assist in our decision-making. But I also want to express a concern with the supplemental hearings that we have been doing as a board, and that is that I think that there's inequity in that process, profound inequity. When a child is a no-show, when their parents are a no-show, we go along with the recommendation made by the hearing panel in the vast majority of cases. When a child shows up with two parents, I can guarantee you that they're getting a very sympathetic hearing that might produce a very different result than if we were just accepting the recommendation of the hearing panel. Additionally, very often when we have this supplemental hearing, students or parents present additional facts that were not heard by the administrative hearing panel. And so, you know, there's a disadvantage to the schools there because there's no representative from the schools to say, no, I'm sorry, that didn't happen, or, you know, there's no controverting evidence. So I do have reservations about the supplemental hearings, and I know that you expressed a feeling in a different direction. So I want to get that information out there. I think we're striving towards something better than what we have. So.
Well, I think in some ways it's almost, I mean, that the argument is sort of a moot point, what's better or worse about what we're doing, because we can't continue, we don't have the option of continuing to do the way we're doing it. So we have to move to something else.
But I would very much like to hear from Teen Legal Clinic.
Dr. Noel?
I didn't catch your line. You want to hear from whom?
The representative from the Teen Legal Clinic, because
I
they
would
will
like
have a
to, I
very
would like
different
to do that too.
perspective.
My comments can wait.
Okay.
But
Okay. Keith Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Good evening. Would like to thank you for spending the time on this issue that you have and asking the questions that you have. My name is Keith Terry, and I'm here as a representative and a board member of the Teen Legal Clinic. I have a prepared statement, but before I do that, I would like to, again, thank the board members who find this to be an issue to be debated. Due process is very important, and unfortunately, there are concerns that time can go on longer than we would like it to. But that's what the law is there to do, protect us. So with that being said, my prepared statement is, the Santa Barbara Teen Legal Clinic has just been made aware of the Santa Barbara School District's first reading of revision to Board Policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process. We were also just made aware of that this matter would be before the school board at tonight's meeting. As there are serious concerns regarding due process, fairness, and equity, the Santa Barbara Teen Legal Clinic respectfully requests that this issue be tabled for at least 2 weeks so that we can present a positional paper and or coherent argument in the response to the Santa Barbara School District's position. Further, it is our understanding that there are some concerns regarding the current procedures in the Ed Code. With this in mind, we would also like to provide our suggestions on how to rectify these inconsistencies, but need to be allowed time to properly respond. Thank you for your consideration with this matter. A lot of what I've already read, you've already discussed. I just wanted to thank you for that. It's very important.
Mr. Terry, I have one question just to ask you. We didn't table the item because we had this full discussion, but do you mean that you would like us to table a vote on it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I think that's probably
yes
doable. Yes. Thank you. Okay.
It seems like that will happen already.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker.
We have one more speaker, is Carolyn Renard.
I'm a little confused because I called the teen legal clinic multiple times and spoke with the attorneys at the teen legal clinic when this first came up to the board 4 or 5 months ago, asking them to get involved. I'm not quite sure why it's taken this long, but I'm glad they finally have gotten involved. I wanted to say that despite Mr. Gonzalez's assurances, there are many inappropriate expulsions. And if the board is truly concerned about the students not having the ability to come before the board anymore and their families, then I don't understand why they voted for this new policy, which takes away the right to do that. Mr. Gonzalez has greatly inflated the difficulty of having a supplemental hearing. As he basically said, you're going to get one person from the administrator from the school. You need to just simply give the family the right to have an attorney if they want one and the right to have witnesses, and that's about it. It's not a big hassle to have a supplemental hearing. So there's no reason why you can't make an allowance for parents to be able to petition the board to hear if they have either further evidence or if they felt their due process rights were violated, or they just want to. You're not going to have all parents doing that. It will cut down significantly, and I've been saying this all along, but still, you go ahead and vote for a policy that gets rid of all, and I've told you that in writing, the supplemental hearings will involve hardly anything, despite what Mr. Gonzalez is saying. So I'm glad the board is finally expressing some concerns about this, but they're going to have to unadopt the policy they just adopted if they want to allow parents to be able to petition the board for a supplemental hearing, because your new policy doesn't allow that. There is no venue for the parents to be able to do that, as you'll only be looking at the statement of facts by the administrative panel in your reviews, and that's very clear in your policy. For the waivers, I don't really understand how you can be discussing using waivers that you have never seen, the form that's going to be used. So I think that, if you do allow waivers to be used, that you should require that there be a standardized form for these waivers. You should review the form and approve the form. And you should also, and there should also be an information sheet that goes to the parents that explains the things that Mr. Noel is concerned about to these parents. A detailed information sheet about the waivers. Let's see. I believe also your policy should inform parents that they have the right, and I believe this is still the law, they have a right to an automatically one extension of the hearing expulsion date. That's not in there.
Thank you, Ms.
I don't
Renard.
think
Your time
parents
is
are aware
expired.
of that.
Thank you, Ms. Renard. Okay, and I just want to make sure that none of the rest of the audience was confused that we have not adopted a policy. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Dr. Noel?
I wanted to go back just to something that Mr. Gonzalez said. To clarify, just in my own mind, I'm thinking, all right, child and parents sign stipulated agreement, without counsel. And again, I repeat that heretofore, the prior policy, and it was policy, was that no stipulated agreement would be accepted by the board without counsel on both sides. So the scenario is parents wake up and realize, hey, we shouldn't have signed this. Maybe they've got talked to their neighbor who had a friend who was an attorney. What do they do then? Well, there's some kind of a process to try to undo that, presumably, to appeal it and so on. And the question I ask you, Mr. Gonzalez, in that process, who's the plaintiff and who's the defendant? And how can it be that it could not be adversarial?
In terms of who's a plaintiff and who's a defendant, I'll defer to legal counsel. I will share with you that the County Board of Education is that grievance body. We have, not this past year, but the previous year, we did have a parent and a student who did go to the County Board of Education and claimed a due process violation. We further investigated and were in agreement that there was a due process violation, and that was settled by the district and the parent to the satisfaction of the parent. But in regards,
if you roll the clock back then, before the county, there was a decision or an agreement reached that everybody felt good about, which subsequently you found out that was wrong on further investigation. That's
let me share with you that the details are not as clear-cut as you seem to indicate. It was actually a case of a suspended expulsion, and then the youngster was recommended for expulsion again. The youngster was a senior, and we arrived at a decision mutually agreed upon by the parent that this parent would withdraw the student from our school district. With that assurance, we decided not to proceed in the case. That's actually how it got settled. I want to be very cautious with the board that I'm not at liberty in a public forum to discuss specific issues about expulsion cases. But Dr. Noel, I would refer your question about who's a defendant over to counsel.
I'm going to actually interject for just a minute. First of all, that was a case that the board reviewed fairly thoroughly. And unfortunately, we were also mistaken in our approval of the agreement. But since this is we are now an hour overtime.
Madam President,
I'm sorry.
If you'd let me just finish.
I would like you to let me finish first, and then I'll let you finish.
Well, you're
okay?
taking my time while you finish. Okay.
I didn't realize it was your time, but okay. I just want to say that this is an item that we are going to come back to. We are bringing it back to a future meeting at a time when we will have, I believe, greater input from an organization that, and maybe others as well, that have very strong feelings on this issue and probably some very helpful information and hopefully suggestions, because I would really welcome those, to give us. So rather than continuing to discuss it at great length, when we're going to probably have a fairly lengthy discussion the next time that it's on the agenda and we'll have more information, I just wanted us to perhaps consider drawing our discussion to a close relatively soon and continue at a later date. Or if individual board members have very specific concerns, they could perhaps contact staff or Dr. Sarvis to get some of those questions answered before our next meeting. Now, Dr. Noel, would you like to take some time?
Yes, very
Okay.
little. The word trust has come up on numerous occasions, and it's one of my favorite subjects. As a political scientist, we both learned and taught something quite different in this country. To quote James Madison in the Federalist Papers, number 51, okay, trust is for angels. Okay? Our institutions do not depend on trusting our government. The Founding Fathers did not trust the institutions of administration of government for very good historical reasons. I understand an administrative perspective that says, trust me. And I'm not, and it's, I'd like to doubly emphasize that when I say that I don't trust, it's not a personal, individual kind of comment. It's an institutional comment. I'm an elected legislator. It's my job not to trust. It's my job to oversee. It's my job to make sure there are safeguards, to protect people against abuses. To say that there is a history of abuses, that's not a personal insult. These are organizations. If you think that trust is the foundation, if you think there are angels, I recommend that you read the article in the LA Times a few days ago about what's happening in Santa Ana, and read the editorial in the Santa Ana Register about, I'm sorry, what's happening in Capistrano. These are human beings, and it turns out that they shouldn't have been trusted. Well, how does one know that? One doesn't know that. One has to depend on institutions, on safeguards, on procedures, and on due process. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of that item. We move on to item F5, consideration of canceling the October 31st board meeting, as it is being held in the evening of Halloween. And
When I was a kid, I could never figure out why this was not a national holiday. As an adult, I can't figure out why the day after isn't a national holiday.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if the agenda had a number of elementary issues that parents wished to respond to or make public input about, they would be engaged otherwise.
I agree. I totally agree. So, can we have a motion, or do we need to have a motion?
I move
Thank you.
that we do not hold a meeting on the 5th Tuesday of October, which is October 31st.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. No, we're going to leave that one tabled. Coming events? Any?
No.
Good. No.
No others.
Board comments? No. Future agenda items?
I
We'll
have a
add
future
F1.
agenda item.
Okay. Dr. Noel?
Yes, on the 8th of the month, we bid farewell to Mary Stark, our esteemed Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance, and we heard her deliver a farewell address, which, with documentation, raised some rather profound physical problems, and concluded with a recommendation that we bring in a physical crisis management team, FCMAT as it's called, for a solvency audit. And I expected that would be on an agenda soon because it sounds pretty urgent, and I've subsequently talked with Mr. Wolf, who provided additional information about the dimensions of our physical problems, financial problems.
Okay, so are you requesting that we put that on?
I am asking that that be put on an agenda very soon to discuss the recommendations and the memorandum that was presented by Mary Stark on the 8th.
Okay, so noted. With that, I declare our board meeting adjourned.